to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, beating the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. The props are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track. Go to swamps, don't take what we want. Tip it down, living some 50 gang. What we owing, man, through the dawn, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
My methods are only controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. Yeah, hey, I climb to the top. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Happy Tuesday. It is time for Series E. Welcome back. It's week number 3 of season 3. It's Pringles week. I'm your host, Yeso. Excited to be here once again. We've got 2 weeks under our belt. It's been a fun run through the start of the season. All of our squads starting to get their legs underneath them, and now the run really starts here in season 3. It's been a really exciting start. We're going to have a bunch of great action here once again this week. Now, for those of you that may be new to the program, new to what Series E is, I want to break it down for all of you. Now, Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified either through our open qualifiers prior to this season or through their placement in season 2 of Series E. Now, all of those teams have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. All of those players now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday night against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and every single Wednesday against some of the best pros from all across North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action yourselves, head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, as we look forward to this week again, it is Pringles week. The season 2 champions back, same roster this season. They currently sit in 3rd place in our cumulative standings, and they're looking to really get things rolling here tonight. They've had some issues with roster unavailability over the last couple of weeks. We haven't seen the full 3-man every single night so far, but hopefully this week they can get things back to normal. There's certainly a pick to look out here for tonight. And as well as since it's open night, we talked last week about Osharas. This was a squad that made a big statement in our Arenas tournament to start the season. Now this squad ended up getting into the top 5 last week on open night and are looking to continue their run. They lead our open team standings, and if you do lead that leaderboard at the end of the season, you automatically qualify for the next season of Series E. So a great start from Osharas, another squad to keep an eye out on tonight. Plenty of things to cover, and don't forget we'll also have Pro Night tomorrow. We talked a lot about G2 last week with back-to-back Pro Night wins. That's another squad to keep an eye on, but that action is tomorrow right here at twitch.tv/esports arena, once again at 4 p.m. Pacific time. But as we get ready for today, I am excited that we have brought back once again my favorite game, Deal or Steal, and I've got a very special guest ready to join me here today. We weren't able to get him on last Tuesday just due to some technical difficulties, but we're happy to have him here today. I have got the man, the myth, the cowboy himself. I've got Farmer Lucas joining me here today, looking very drippy, my friend. I love the cowboy hat, looking real clean, my friend. Welcome, it's good to have you back.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on, Jay, so thank you so much.
Hey, it's an absolute pleasure. Still waiting to hear who you're signing with. It's still been quiet. Everybody's kind of waiting with bated breath. So we're hoping for that news soon. But the business we have to take care of here today, obviously Deal or Steal. And I want to break it down for the folks at home so they kind of know what is going on. We're going to start with 20 Apex crates with a range of different prizes inside all of them. To start the game, Lucas is going to pick his favorite one, set it off to the side. We will then go through multiple different rounds of picking crates and eliminating them, closing them, throwing off the board, going through. At the end of each of those different rounds, I will have a deal for Lucas to offer him. He can either take the deal or elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we go the distance through all 3 rounds and he doesn't take any of them, we'll crack open his crate and he will get what is inside. And if you folks at home want to get in on the action, make sure you're subscribing to us here at twitch.tv/esports arena to have a shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me. But Lucas is here. We're ready to go. Are you feeling lucky today, my man?
I am. We're feeling real lucky.
Okay.
Taking home that Xbox today.
That's what I like to hear. All right. Well, he's on the show. We're ready. Let's throw the game up here. He's feeling lucky. By the way, congratulations, Lucas. I know you've been crushing it on stream lately. I saw you hit 100 subscribers yesterday, so did want to give you a special congrats on that. Love to see that you're enjoying the streaming and getting the support that we know you deserve. So congrats on that one.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, so let's get the game up here. We got a ton of different prizes. We got an Xbox Series X, some awesome Razer products, some Esports, Arena swag, as well as a bunch of different products from our partnered brands. So we got 1 through 20 here. Lucas, what is your pick to hold on to start the show?
Let's go with number 15.
For 15, feeling lucky here. So we're going to set that one aside. Lucas will hold on to that one. First round here, 9 crates have got to go. So let's start knocking them off here one by one.
Let's go number 10.
Number 10, okay. We need a good start here. I had Sticks on with me last week from 303. He had a bit of a rough run through the show, but hey, to start off Pringles week, we got the Pringles pack in crate number 10. That's a great way to start it off. One of those white tier prizes off the board early. Let's keep it going. Let's keep this momentum.
Number 8.
Number 8. Keep them on the even numbers. What do we got inside this one? It's going to be the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack. Farmer Lucas with a great start here. Okay. Which one's speaking to you now?
Go number 17.
Number 17, all the way down to that bottom row. Couple of white tiers to start it off. Can we keep that momentum moving? Yes, we can. It's the Rockstar Pack. It was Rockstar Week last week. Rockstar's off the board here. Lucas, looking really good. What's next on the board?
Number 3.
Number 3, okay. At this point, I'm just waiting for you to start calling like, oh, this exact prize is in this crate. Like, we're rolling. 2150 Apex coins. Okay, a little higher of a prize there, but still a good one to get off the board. There's still a 6,700 prize up there, so that one is a okay to knock off early. 4 down, 5 more to go this round.
Number 5.
Number 5, he says. Number 8 treated him well. Let's see if the second row here can keep things lucky for our farm blind. Ooh, it's the 6,700 Apex coins. That is a lot of Apex packs.
That one hurts a little bit.
Yeah, especially because I believe there's still that bundle where 6,700 I think gets you 100 Apex packs right now. So that one's going to stay.
I think you're right, yeah.
Okay. 5 down, 4 to go here.
Number 16.
Number 16. Lucas wanted to hold on to 15. 16's got to go here in the first round. Can we get back to those white tiers? We have a bit of a stumble there with the Apex coins. It's the Pop-Tarts pack for the former Pop-Tarts Pro. Back-to-back seasons on Team Pop-Tarts. Still playing with the boy Impulse and now Rakanishu on the squad. The farm boys looking strong. Okay. 3 more this round, and then I've got my first deal for you.
Let's go number 4.
Number 4, okay. Had a great run this first round. Let's keep it going. Oh, no, that's a dagger to the heart right there. The Xbox Series X. That one stings.
Yeah.
All right, take a moment
9.
to collect yourself here if you need to, but he says number 9. He's not. I love it. Lucas isn't daunted. Sometimes you get murked off drop. You just got to get ready for that next game. 2150 Apex coins. We're right back at it. There we go. All right. I believe one more here. Yep, one more this round. Then I got a deal for you. Which one's speaking to you here? Let's close out this round strong.
Number 20.
Number 20 down to that bottom right-hand corner. Can we close it with another white tier prize? Ooh, okay. Okay, one of the blue tiers, the $50 Walmart gift card. That's a lot of Pop-Tarts. That one's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so looking at the prizes off the board here, taking stock. You had a really good start, couple of late stumbles. The Xbox off the board, that $50 Walmart gift card. But overall, that's a really good first round. So my first deal is going to be pretty strong here. I know you already got some Series E jerseys. You got the Pop-Tarts jerseys. I want to deck you out in some more Esports Arena swag. So I got the Esports Arena mystery box for you this time around, Lucas. You had a strong start. That's what I got for you here. I want to deck you out in some more swag. Are you taking the deal, or do you say steal? Do we keep playing?
As tempting as that is, we got to keep going.
Okay, I like it. I like it. No doubt in this man's mind. The Xbox went off the board. He was like, okay, let's open up number 9. Give him a good deal like that. He says we got to keep playing. So next round, we got 6 crates have got to go. We did 9 the first time. 6 have got to go this round before my next deal.
Let's go number 13.
Number 13, he says. Okay, lucky number 13. Do we have something lucky inside? Oh, it's, what do you know, an Esports Arena mystery box. One of those 2 inside lucky number 13. Not the greatest start to round 2, but we still got plenty of options here to go.
Go all the way back to the beginning and we'll take number 1.
Okay, all the way up to number 1. Can we get back to those white tiers here? No, we want the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. That one's gonna sting. Still a couple of great Razer products up there. The Black Shark V2 Pros are awesome. That Razer backpack, but that one's gonna hurt. Dude, would love to upgrade, help you upgrade your setup over there, my man.
Let's go number 11.
Number 11, okay. Come on, the double ones here, the snake eyes. We need a good pull this time. We need some good luck here. There we go. The Nestle Splash Water Pack. We're back in business, Lucas. Okay. Couple of rough pulls to start. 3 more to go here. Let's keep it rolling.
Go number 2.
Number 2. Okay, let's close out that top row. Is there another Nestle Splash Water pack hiding in this one? Maybe the Rice Krispies Treats pack? Oh, the
Wow, that
wireless.
top row.
Black Shark V2 Pro. Oh. Okay. Bit of a rough
Number
go this
7.
round. Number 7. Okay. Let's keep it rolling. Last 2 of this round. Series E jersey of your choice. That's a good prize, but we already mentioned earlier, you got some jerseys. You're set on that front. You're getting a new jersey soon. Okay. 4. Now I have to do math. 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. One more has got to go here.
Go number 6. We'll close out that second row.
Number 6. Okay. We need some good luck here to close the round. We need to get back to those white tiers. There's 3 more left on the board. It's the other Series E jersey of your choice. That's okay. That's okay. He's got the jerseys. He doesn't need any more. Okay, so my second deal for you here is not going to be as good as the last one. We had some rough opens here. 2 of those Razor prizes off of the board. Almost all the Esports Arena swag is gone. So this time around, I've got 2,150 Apex coins. I don't know if you have those heirlooms complete, but if you don't, I would love to try and help you complete the set here. Some Apex coins. What are you thinking?
As much as I appreciate that, I'm confident in K15.
Okay. I like the confidence. This is nothing new. I'm not surprised here, Lucas. You have always been a very confident man. I appreciate it. Lucas's steal. Let's keep it rolling. So we got 3 more crates to go. The way this is going to go, we're going to send either 12, 14, 18, and 19. 3 of those are going to go. I'm going to have one more deal for you. If you don't take that one, we crack open number 15. So where are we starting?
Number 19 it is.
Number 19 it is. Okay. Back down to that bottom row. Will it pay off? It does. The Rice Krispies Treats pack. There we go, Lucas. Good pick. Okay. 2 more to go. 12, 14, 18. What's next?
Let's go up to 12.
Okay. Close out that 3rd row. Number 12. What is inside? It is the Cheez-It pack. One of those last 2 white tiers left on the board. Lucas has found his form again here late in the game. These later circles, his aim is true. 14 and 18. One last one we got to send out.
Number 14.
Number 14. Is it the other Nestle Splash Water pack? Does he go 4 for 4? Oh, he doesn't. Oh. The Esports Arena mystery box, the other one that was still left up on the board. So you put me in an interesting predicament here, Lucas, because we still got that other Nestle Splash Water pack left up there. The other prize available is that Razor backpack. Those are in 15 and 18. The deal I have for you here is a $50 Walmart gift card. This prize went off the table fairly early in the show. If you want to get some more Pop-Tarts, maybe you got to fill up on another stack. Maybe you need some Rockstar at the house so that you've got the fuel when you're out, pulling crops, or when you're grinding the ladder during your streams. You can grab it with this $50 Walmart gift card. Or if you say steal, we open up number 15, you get what's inside. What do you feel? What's speaking to you right now?
You put me in quite a predicament here.
Good.
I can either get a backpack, or I can get some water, or I can compromise right in the middle. This is a tough one. I got to stick it out with number 15.
I love it. I love it. I knew this was what was going to happen. You were going to go the distance. Lucas's steal. And all that's left to do now, crate number 15. We got to crack that sucker open, see what's inside. Is it the Razor backpack? Did he go the distance? Oh,
no.
It's the Nestle Splash Water pack. You know what the great thing is? First of all, you win no matter what. There's a ton of great prizes on the board. And I'll tell you from experience, I talked to Styx about this last week. I am not a flavored water guy, right? I'm either, give me a sports drink or just give me plain water. Somewhere in the middle, it's never my vibe. But I have drank those splashes a lot since last season. I'm actually a big fan. They have converted me. So I actually drink them a lot here at the studio, a lot in the office. So that's going to keep you very well hydrated while you're grinding on the stream, while you're working out in the field. So we'll have that sent out to you soon. It was great to have you, Luke. It's good to see you again. Always a pleasure to get to talk with you. And best of luck, man. I know you've been grinding, and we'd love to see it.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me on tonight.
All right, my man. Hey, always a pleasure. That was Farmer Lucas, ladies and gentlemen, former Pop-Tarts pro, coming back to play some Deal or Steal with us here today to kick off Pringles Week. It's going to be a great week of action, folks. It's the third week of the season. Teams clamoring for all the points that they can grab, trying to set themselves apart here at the very early stages of Season 3. It's been a fun one. I do want to hit just a couple of different things before we get into the meat of the show. I was talking about it earlier. Team Pringles coming into this week. We've seen some inconsistency in their roster over the first 2 weeks, but I think things are finally starting to solidify with Presley, Fury, and Phony's schedules, and I think that is really going to spell trouble for the rest of the field. If you guys watched last season, they were the most strong squad throughout all of last season, and it was because they were so remarkably consistent. Even if they weren't going to win and place top 3 every single week, they were always going to be racking up points, 40, 50, 60 points every single week, and just continuing to build on the lead that they gained early on in the season. And now the question is, can they start to do that here, right? If we saw the standings at the end of last week, we talked about them on Final Circle. It's currently Team Razor at the top. They had a very strong performance last week, winning open night, getting some good points on Wednesday. Intel just behind them, very small gap there, and then Pringles in third. So they've got some work to do. There's very strong teams ahead of them in the standings that they're going to have to play some catch up with. But really, once this team hits their form, they're crazy. They're really difficult to deal with. If you guys want to see more insight on my thoughts on Team Pringles and all of our partner squads, the great thing is I do a weekly power rankings article where I break down kind of where I see all these teams at. So if you use ! Power rankings in Twitch chat right now, I'll give you the link over to my article that we dropped today over at esportsarena.com. I gave my thoughts on all 9 of our partnered squads. The biggest jump we saw in my power rankings for this week, Team Cheez-It, a squad that I had in 9th place in my power rankings to start the season. I think they have actually been very impressive so far through 2 weeks of action. I still think they have some things to work on, but right now they seem to be kind of the biggest candidate for me out of the bottom 4 squads that I ranked to really break into the top here. And they seem very close to being able to take that next step. So there's a lot of challengers here. Team Razor, Intel, Pringles, all looking strong. If Rockstar finds their form, they're going to be a very difficult team to deal with. Team Pop-Tarts seems very close as well. So there's a lot of squads that seem kind of just on the brink of breaking through. And once they do, things are going to get really interesting. And obviously, it's a very long season, right? We run 12 weeks, 2 days of competition per week. So there's a lot of time to make up ground. If you guys watched last season, we saw very impressive late season surges from the likes of a Team Razor, a Team Intel that both charged up into that top 4, secured their spots in season number 3. So there's plenty of time for these teams to work out the kinks and try to recover. But if you look at, like I talk about with Team Pringles, sometimes teams just get rolling early enough that it's so difficult to catch them. And there was, even with a Team Pop-Tarts squad last season that was super strong, super consistent, the gap in the consistency from Team Pringles made it impossible for anybody to come close and catch them at the top of the standing. So it's very important for teams to use the time to learn and grow, but they need to do it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, some of these big squads will really start to run away with this season. I want to hear from you guys, though, in Twitch chat. Let me know if you're going to pick a partnered squad tonight, or maybe it's an open squad that you know of. Maybe it's Oshawa's. Who do you think is going to take tonight? On Final Circle, I predicted Team Pringles. I think coming into their sponsor week, finally settling things a little bit with their rosters was really going to have them coming into this week strong. But who are you thinking? Is it back-to-back weeks from Team Razor? Does Team Intel finally break through on an official open night as opposed to the arenas win that we saw them have a few weeks ago? Do they finally break through and get a win here tonight? Or is it one of those lower squads? Does RKT figure it out? Does Team Applejacks, who I have personally, I'll be honest, been very critical of, do they take that next step here tonight? I want to hear from all of you. But it's an exciting day, folks. I'm really ready for Pringles Week to get started. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to kick off all of our action here for Pringles Week on Series E.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Hit the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
All right, what's going on, everybody? We got Tom back in the house. Well, both of us are back in the house, actually, for this one, and we are ready. It's going to be week number 3. It is, of course, Pringles week, and so we're going to have a fantastic time. We saw some great games last week, and now let's go ahead and talk about the format for today, Tom. It's going to be the same as usual here. It is the open registration night. We got to see some pretty decent stuff out of some of our open teams last week. Tonight, though, 11 of them will be facing off against our 9 partnered squads. We have $500 on the line. We have 6 matches that'll be played across World's Edge. It's not Season 10 World's Edge quite yet, but I'm excited to see that in the future. Now, the point distribution, everything works out like normal. Kill points matter and placement points matter. Let's take a look at the teams that we have competing today against our 9 partnered squads. We'll see if Assurers are back once more, as we do have, of course, a lot of returning open registration night teams. So teams like Clone Force 32, 6XZs, and Asuras are people that we're going to be keeping an eye on, Tom.
Love watching those players play. There's a lot of really talented up-and-coming players that are coming out, and there's a lot of good announcements that came out over the past couple of weeks, too, with console players now being able to compete next year in the ALGS. It's going to be kind of crazy because I think that's what we always have going on, is that mouse and keyboard controller type of conversation that's going back and forth, and it's going to continue to do so as Apex goes along. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these, players that are playing, obviously in Series E already, and then how these players that are trying to get in are going to do, because there's a lot of new names in here, but there's a lot of familiar names as well.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, one of the great things about being able to, allow console players to play is that you kind of reduce the entry barrier, right? Because sometimes if you want the top of the line PC, that can easily run you 1.5 to 2K, right? But if you just have a decent TV along with your console, you're good to go. So love seeing that, allowing more competition to take place. And so right now, I think we do have to talk about, a lot of our controller players and our console players as well, because we've seen across the last 2 years of competition, some of the best competitors in Apex Legends are controller players, hands down. Snipe down, you got, of course, G2 to take a look at the entirety of that roster. And so being able to bring in more competition, more skill, more diversity, that's going to be fantastic. So I'm really looking forward to that. Right now, let's talk about our 11 partnered squads and our 9 partner squads and our 11 open registration teams. Of course, whenever it comes down to these nights, Tom, we have to talk about from the get-go what's going to happen off of drop. We saw 6xZs, and I believe it was Team Pringles, and they were fighting off drop over at Refinery. Will that happen again this week? It's so important to be able to establish your dominance and your drop spot in the early game.
And it's a pretty fun place to fight. And if you're able to get your fights down pat, and if you're able to win that, you can get the third parties rolling too, and then you can continue to rack up even more and more kills. So I think the goal is, especially when you're playing on the open night, is to see how many kills you can actually get, right? It's kind of like you're playing a high-level ranked game, and you want to try to get that 20 or 30 bomb so you can just get as many points as possible, because it's really hard to get your points on the pro day. In the open day, it's going to be a lot easier because there's a lot more fights that are taking place. You're not having to get positioning as much, and you really never know what you're going to get, because we've seen times where we've seen really fast-paced games to start, and then things really start to slow down, and it's all about kind of getting a feel for your landing spot and getting that actual loot that you need. And you can see Team Pop-Tarts is getting a lot of that. They're going to be able to split No Name. They're going to be able to go over towards the Overlook side. That's a lot of space to have, and that's going to be pretty nice because you also get the option to scan 2 different beacons while you're over there.
And they've already got 2 purples there along with the blue if they need for Presley. It doesn't seem like 6xZs are actually contesting this time around unless they split. But we do have a fight taking place over at Sorting Factory right now. Team Intel versus Taxi. They've already gotten one knock onto Ava, but it looks like the res is coming up. Here's Rick Pickle trying to come around for his squad, and it looks like he was actually some trade, so Dupe has been finished off here, but they got the knock on to Legit as he was trying to res up Ava, and so now he's going to be just getting out of there now as Intel will secure at least 2 kill points, but they've got to be quick on this res. You don't know when that tree rotation might come in.
It's probably going to come in about 30 seconds from now. We know that 1:30. I mean, that's how fast this game moves, right? It's like we've only seen 1 or 2 fights, barely, a couple sprays here and there, and now teams are already going to be rotating, and we're going to see teams like Pop-Tarts having tons of loot. We're going to see teams flying off balloons. So right, that's that 145 mark. If a team's going to be extremely fast, that's when they're going to be making their move right about now. So you have to be careful. You can already see this is our first rotation fight happening right here. This is going to be Team Pringles making their move, just like you were saying, Jamerson, over towards this like refinery survey side. It's always going to be a really popular spot to fight, but this could take a while, and if it does, it's going to be a lot of third parties. That's a quick knock, though. That's what you like to see. Everybody's fairly healthy on the Pringles side. You can see the bubble is down. It should be pretty easy to clean up. That's going to be a quick knock and a finish right there. And look, they had, in that 2 vs 3 scenario, they literally kept the same amount of shields the entire time. That's how good they baited and switched right there. So nice job by Team Pringles.
Yeah, that's going to be a +3, and we got Fury already keeping an eye out for squads that might have tried to push in from that Skyhook tunnel side. We do have a ring pulling up to the north right here, and now a lot of action congregating up here, so it might be, of course, the ring pulling up this way. We'll find out in just a moment if we can get that ring info, but good on Team Pringles. They're going to pick up a lot of loot. Their loot was already looking great when they were coming out from Epicenter Refinery side, but now they've got they're working their way up towards the upgraded Evo shields, and there we have it. Train yard countdown. There's a chance this can go over to the train tracks on the southwest side, maybe towards staging here, but it's Team Razor in a fight right above Trials right now, Tom, and oh no, Baby Tuli behind you! Kimchi Lee gets the knock onto him, and now looks like Team Razor are going to be fighting into a 2v2. They get the thirst onto Kimchi Lee, but Strictly will be able to get revenge for him as well. Where is the rest of Team Rockstar, though? As Team Razor will go ahead and push up. But it looks like, oh no. Yeah, Thule lagged out. That is so unfortunate.
He was like behind you. It's like, yeah, I think that looked a little interesting, like an alt tab or a lag out right there, because I was like, for a second, okay, you're really playing around this bubble like that. You really are standing still. Wait a second, you've been standing still for like 5 seconds now. Okay, unfortunate for Baby Thule, but you know, fortunately for some players, you're able to get back into the game. So we'll see if that actually happens. But Zeratricky, not gonna lie, it looks extremely serious today. You can see the difference between them and Pringles. Pringles is laughing. Everything's like kind of pretty chill over there. On Zeratricky's side, you got a teammate lagging out. You got a team below you. You have another team flying towards you. It's getting a little crazy over here.
Oh no, the Arc Star stick coming in, but Zeratricky somehow does survive, starts pushing his way towards Sniper Post, and does have to be careful as he's now dropped down to about 10 HP. With the Phoenix Kit out, Hakulo is trying to hold the line for his squad. Eva 8 out, and he does a big amount of damage there, but will it be enough to force them back? The third party might be saving them at this point as Team Rockstar clean up one now. And so, Team Razor still healing up and backing off. Will they have the opportunity to try and go for the res? Either side here, Kimchi Lee and Strictly are both, I believe, out right now. Oh, not Strictly. Kimchi Lee and Baby Thule are still out right now. Mobile respawn beacon coming in to get Kimchi Lee back in. Oh, no.
They're flying up towards the other side, yeah. This is, I think, the rest of the previous team, or unless it's a full 3-man squad, I can't remember. I remember that there was at least one player that was taken out, but Strictly's going to portal out either way, which is the right play. And then you can see Baby Thule's not able to get back into the game, but Team Razor's still locking things down. I like that they didn't leave the high ground. They went over towards the kind of hallway, I guess. I don't know what you'd call that little tunnel over towards the side, as Somps is going to get knocked and finished. They didn't want to give up this high ground. They understand if they drop down to the low ground, then it's so hard to get out of that situation. So actually continuing to lock down this high ground and playing confident with just 2 players, it's great plays by Zeratricky.
Oh, Hakulo almost getting the knock there mid-air, but he will go ahead and continue to give chase. There's a port on the other side along with another team, though, so he's got to be careful as Hakulo does get cracked, but he will be able to finish off Sleepy Panda. So Team Razor still left with a lot of fighting in them, even though they're playing as a duo right now, and unfortunate. And it looks like Baby Thule has just completely disconnected, won't be able to get back into this game. Very unfortunate for them, but they've almost hit top 15, and they have a few kill points to their name at the very least.
Doesn't matter. Zeratricky counts as 2 players right now. Just look at the crazy, insane plays that he's making as Z Davis is over here getting sent on over towards the side. Great shots, too, with the Spitfire. Spitfire being really popular today. PK in hand. Doesn't decide that he wants to send. It looked like he did. Realizes that his teammates are going to be with him. Lion is with him behind him, but Exile takes a lot of damage. Great PK shots. Second one doesn't connect. You can see everybody else has their Spitfires out inside the bubble. Chopper City over here. It's up to Lion with the Eva 8. He's throwing down some bowls as well, but there's a third party, and that fight just took a little bit too long. Dorito, especially when the zone is in this next area, is going to be such a popular area to fight. And there's the 4th team popping in time to get any armor swaps. Actually getting dropped super quickly. Boxa T, it's looking like he wants to heal. Trying to decide where he wants to go, but everyone's just so weak on that other team. 6XZ is just doing serious work as another squad.
Yeah, another defensive bombardment coming down with Boxa T's. That was the one that really counted here as Team Cheese is trying to come in for the third party. But do they have the HP behind it? Golan's about to go down. He's 5 HP. It's going to be Boxa T to pick that one up. 2 coming out from him. And oh my god, this Chibi is going off right now. Finicky, the last one alive for Cheez-It here as he's going to back away with that dome. He's got the jump pad as well, but his team members are going to bleed out, and I don't even know if he'll have an opportunity to try and come back for those banners. What a great hold coming up from 6XZs as they were able to expertly maneuver around the third parties.
And I really think that that's the difference, though, between an Octane team and, you know, having a Wraith team, because Octane is so popular. That's what we're seeing, how fast these third parties come in. I mean, I'm down to fly in and get crazy on the Octane pad, but I'd rather have, you know, an out and do the Wraith portal, to be honest with you. You know, a Wraith portal into that building or anywhere around there is going to be much safer, but you never really know if someone's waiting for you on the end of your portal. Sometimes that ends up happening in these games, too. So Finicky's going to have to survive without the teammates for now and be on that Tomcat rat cam, which is unfortunate because what was that, 5 or 6 teams in a row they thought they were the last team to show and just couldn't really get anything out of it.
Yeah, it goes to show why the timing on the third party needs to be crisp. And it was out of 6xZs. They took little to no damage, really, throughout their fights. And so they were able to just recover quickly. Now on board with Applejacks. We're outside of the train tunnel here on the eastern edge of it. They have a team blocking them out. So they don't have to commit to this side. And so they will actually just go ahead and push up towards the northern chokes instead to get across. But there's a charge rifle all the way over at Survey. It's going to give them a little bit of trouble, but they should be able to get in safely here.
Yeah, so much action happening in the beginning of this game. And not really any team setting up in the middle of the circle from what we've seen. Everyone's kind of just posturing over there. And Cubsy's going to portal out, one of our strong Wraith players that we have here in Series E. He actually has a pretty good armor as well. Going to have Wingman Massive Gold armor. That's a lot of possibilities there for your Wraith player. So we'll see if he's going to be able to be the MVP for his team because he's going to have to open up and frag while the Gibraltar and Bloodhound obviously play that support play. But Pringles, off of their couple of fights on that Survey side, they're within the vicinity looking for some action, trying to figure out how they're going to get through these choke areas. Still just ring 2, not that big of a deal. You have like 5 or 6 different things that you could do in this type of situation. So they're going to just go check out and find out which one's best.
And they got the scan for us as well, and so it looks like it will be continuing to pull up towards train/countdown area. Could be going over towards the sniper post in between those. So Team Pringles are okay with just playing the edge right now, especially when you got a team just keeping you pinned down from that sniper post that we were talking about here. And so Team Pringles, they should be a little bit wary of their back because we did see the team that were sniping over from that train track side. But currently they're keeping their attention on the center of the ring right now as they continue to move forward. You can see how much action has been taking place, that like bins that have usually been looted are still unlooted at this phase of the game. It's actually incredible right now. But here goes Team Pringles. They're going to go ahead and take a decent position in this ring. They've got the sniper post to hold down if they want to. You can see how close right now. Presley, he's 82 damage off from having that purple Evo shield for himself.
I'm not quite sure if that's his jam, the flatline in this situation, but he's probably, hoping that in this situation having something a little bit more long range would be cool. And they're going to switch on over armor so he can get that charged up with the Gibraltar on the other side. Most likely going to have some sort of long range on their team. A scout up here would be phenomenal. Anything at all with long range. 2x not bad on the flat line, but looks like they want to play this safe. They're trying to have a presence, but if you have too much presence and everyone starts looking at you, everyone's going to start flying nades at you. So trying to just keep it low key up here and wait for this next ring so they can find out exactly how these other teams are going to play it.
Yeah, just waiting out the time, right? Waiting out the ring to close, and you have less angles that you really need to check right now. They're keeping an eye on both of the choke points currently, and it seems like they've got the all clear, so they can start focusing on the main train yard if they need to. Now, of course, throughout this game, keep a good eye on it, because we're not going to see it for Season 10. At least we're going to see a new one, and I'm really excited about the changes to the map coming forward. Sorting Factory, I kind of wish they didn't touch, because sorting was already fun. So we'll see how those changes will actually be.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, we're going to see just, again, as things go on and on, Apex is going to get bigger and bigger, and things are going to get more and more interesting. I'm still waiting for that Pathfinder love, though. As soon as that Pathfinder love comes back in, let me know. But we're in a great spot with the game right now. It's going to be a lot of fun, and things are going to always keep getting interesting with Apex, and that's what I love.
It looks like we do have a number of teams actually set up inside train yard, 2 at least, along with one playing inside the train tunnel, which used to be a very popular spot even before the map changes. It looks like Team Intel find themselves in a fight as currently Team Pringles are going to start making their move, now controlling a little bit more of the north, possibly. Nope. Kind of giving Presley the
we got lucky.
Oh. Fight taking out, though. Applejack's now in a fight as 00 negative is the first to fall, and oh my goodness! Team Asurus are about to completely wipe Applejack off the face of the map. Here's Kupski with the last stand, and he will fall. Team Asurus picking that one up as a double.
And he probably would have got that if he didn't try to queue away, because the shots were looking crispy, but with that Bloodhound scan, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get this res off. He's going to go for it because he has to. It's your only teammate at this point, but hello, there's another one. And there's a gold armor for you too. That's a good teammate, Nano, coming through in the clutch right there. And that has to hurt. You know, you have a full 3-man squad there. You just had gold armor. You're feeling really good about the situation. You just die to a duo onto that train station side. And I almost think that Applejacks recognized that and they tried to send it over towards there. But going back towards Pringles, their situation was, you know, super interesting because they went over towards the north side. We got a chance to see that map overview. And there's really nobody on their side. So if all this action happens in front of train, they're still in the zone. They will eventually have to cross that open field right where those blue crates are there. So that's going to be a little bit tough, but they have the bubble, they have defensive bombardment, and eventually they can get to the bottom of this warehouse if they need to.
Yeah, we're in a weird game state as well, right? Because the action has been taking place everywhere across the map. We're already down to 10 squads remaining. And so when you make these movements, it means a lot more teams are freed up to not have to keep an eye on every single angle. And so this could be a little bit treacherous for them. There is going to be cover that they can run from. But for the time being, they are still safe within the zone. So there's no impetus for them to move at this point. And so they can take their time. They can poke away and get their red Evo shields for the end. Now, with this ring closing, we'll have a better idea in just a few more seconds exactly where this one pulls. But if it doesn't go down a train, I'd be very surprised. And so the majority of train is still in, but it looks like that open field just north of it is where a lot of the action is going to take place. Currently, though, here on the south side, southwest side, it's going to be Team Intel playing Gatekeeper up against the squad. You have the defensive bombardment going down along with a good number of nades. They have not gotten a knock quite yet. Is that just the solo player out there? Oh, there's a full team above them as well, so good time to check from Team Intel.
Yeah, good thing they didn't get any knocks because they would have sent it right there and then died to great positioning right there. I mean, we're seeing some really smart high-level play. This is a position that you see typically held when the zone is going to pull over here, but this is such a power position because you have teams that get locked down over towards the side. One team obviously there's going to be another team that's going to be over towards the ramp. Yes, you got to figure out how you're going to make it in, but that is also probably why they were feeling the pressure on the Pringles side. I wouldn't doubt if 6XZ's been holding this the entire time. Like where Pringles has their area, they have their area, but look at the amount of presence they're having on the side of the map.
Yeah, this was where we had that huge pileup over at the Dorito building. So 6XZs have just slowly been playing the southwest side. Team Intel, though, laying their stake over here at Train Yard now, clearing out another squad currently. They look great. They've got double purples along with the gold on dupe as Beast the Hunt gets popped.
Pulls towards
They're going to need to start making their way on in. 20 seconds left before the zone starts closing as well. And it does seem like the buildings ahead of them are going to be clear, so they'll be able to drop down for free. But here on the eastern edge of Train, we got Out of This World in a fight right now outside the bubble. Nifty will be the first one to fall in this one. They get a thirst onto him.
Yeah, you have to fight and you have to finish this now because this is the time where you need to actually be healing and hitting these armor swaps and grabbing as many grenades as possible because as this zone closes, there's going to be a lot of teams that are right next to you. We saw the Bloodhound scans. We saw how many teams are in the vicinity. It looks like right now probably, 5 teams of 3 and then maybe a rat that's somewhere around here. Could be the rat right there towards that blue containers. We have 3 flying rats over there going towards a priority position, which is going to be that platform. The heavy bubble comes down just at the last moment, so really fortunate right there. But look at the amount of loot that Team Intel has. Remember, Applejacks was over there fighting a little bit earlier. That duo that ended up dying most likely dropped some loot as well. As 6XZs looks like they're going to be dropping as well. Only 1 player alive and taking some zone damage. Great EVA 8 shots, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Paculo and Team Razor still in this one somehow. They're going to get dropped out in 5th place, but a really nice job. And we were talking about the zone pulling over towards Pringles. I'm not quite sure if they predicted this that early, but wow. Great job and great positioning. And maybe a little bit fortunate of a pull.
And we're down to 3 squads with 8 players left. And I believe that's going to be Team Asura still alive as a duo. So Team Intel, Team Pringles, and Team Asura is here in our final 3. We'll see, though, Pringles have priority on the zone right now, but they might be the main focus. You can see that Asurus do have this flank set up on the western side. So if they don't keep a good eye on them, which I feel like they might have actually lost track, there was another squad that was caught up in that. The pings are going down. So Team Pringles, it's all about awareness. It's all about trying to funnel the last 2 teams into each other right now. It's so difficult here in this position because of all the cover that people can actually just run up to at this point, Tom.
And you could play these little head glitches that you never really would think are even head glitches. He's just, popping up back and forth, great map movement, different angles too, not staying in the same place. That has to be so annoying to play against. You really don't know where they're going to go next. And you could see possibly thinking wrapping even further left. And when you play on Octane, you can kind of get away with these things. As long as you're not taking massive damage, you're feeling good about the situation because you're going to be filtering them into a situation that are in a spot they don't want to be in. So I love this aggressive angle being taken by Fury, and the rest of the teammates just kind of falling into perfect line there. Always checking, making sure nothing crazy is happening. And, not even getting hit. We've seen about 150 damage already without even getting hit at all.
Intel are splitting up just a bit, and so they've got to be careful on their side because we do have Team Asurus that are over on the western edge. Zone is closing in now as Pringles have backed off, and Asurus have actually found themselves in a small corner right behind them as well. So if Pringles are not careful, they can get peeked on at any moment. They're taken out now, but it looks like they are turning their focus on over towards that side, and Team Intel have actually moved their way over to the duo of Team Asurus here. As you can see, Presley keeping a good eye on that Gibraltar on the other side now. They're trying their best to avoid a full-out confrontation. Wait for the knocks from either side, and it looks like we do have the commits coming out from all of our squads. Bubbles have been used as well. Phony needs some help, and Presley pushes up to help him out. Aj is the first one to go down. Now there's only one more left for Team Asurus, but here comes the rest of Team Intel as they full turn onto the Gibraltar here, hitting for the 72, but it's not enough to get that first knock onto Team Pringles, and it looks like Team Intel will walk away the winners of game number 1 as soon as they finish off Team Asurus here. And there they go, Team Intel with at least 7 kill points to their name. Strong game number 1 for them as Nano Fries on the last stand does get a knock, but he will fall. Team Intel with the win in game number 1.
That was a fun ending. I mean, there's a lot of action over towards that train station side. So many different places that you could coexist. I don't think that anyone was anticipating a pull over towards the sniper tower and out into that open area. And that's what made that so fun. But I'm surprised that Pringles wasn't able to end that because of the way that they were playing. Just great shots. Unfortunately, during Pringles week, they weren't able to take that one. Intel taking game number 1.
All right, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since day 1, and what originally got me into it, there wasn't really any game that had movement similar to Apex. There wasn't any game that I could climb up a wall or jump off a wall onto another wall, grapple 100 meters in the air, around, come back. I think just the movement in Apex drew me into it from other games such as Call of Duty, Fortnite. So really it's the movement.
Nice to see so many early fights because you can see how hungry they are for placement and kills.
Here we go, finding out the lone Gibraltar. They will be able to get the knock onto Zim. There's one player.
So me personally, I like to think of myself as a fragger, but for the team, I'm definitely the support player. And pretty much I just kind of feed off of whatever energy Phony or Fury have. And if I see them making an aggressive play, usually I'm on Gibraltar. So just having that second line of defense, backing up your teammates, really lets your teammates have confidence in any of the fights that you're about to be taking.
Not able to clear the drone. It looks so close, those shots, but good team fire as they turn around onto exit.
My favorite champion is probably Bloodhound, just because of how quick he is in his ultimate. And then my favorite guns would have to be the flatline and charge rifle.
Smack dab in the middle of the zone. What?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you that one is a change in play style. That one is just questionable straight.
Getting to play with Phony and Fury every week, it's really fun. We don't really play with each other that much outside of Esports arena, so just knowing that no matter how long away from each other that we are, we can always just come back at any time, and it's just like nothing's ever changed. It's like we've been friends forever, and they're just really good guys, and yeah, I wouldn't trade them for anything. If you're ever hungry while gaming, or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to Pringles Week on Series E, and that's Game 1, all done there. I'm your host, Yeso, and Intel coming out with a very big victory in that first game. I mentioned earlier, the squad trying to kind of catch up to Team Razor, close that gap, and jump up to the top of the standings, and that's a great way to do it. We see it all the time when we get into these late circles, right? You got 3 teams left, and that team that gets the ability to third party that fight is almost always going to win. They just get the best opportunity comes in. Both teams are damaged and hurt, and they can take advantage of that, and Intel certainly does it there. So great performance there, and Team Pringles with a great start to their day as well. They obviously weren't able to grab the win, but getting into the top 3 is certainly very helpful. Let's check out our player of the game for our first game of the day. It's going to be Skittlecase. We got to see some great shots from him earlier on in that game, and his team finishes strong. 4 kills, 4 assists, just below 1,800 damage. You can see that note at the bottom. All 3 Intel players finished with 4 kills apiece, so great team effort there. And that is a huge 24-point start for Team Intel. Still plenty of action to go. We've seen it over the previous couple of weeks. These teams, if you want to win a specific night, you can't just grab a game and coast off of that lead. Intel is going to have to keep bringing it out over the next 5 games. Keep that momentum rolling if they want a shot to win their first night here during Series E Season 3. So good performance from them. Let's see if they can keep it rolling. Do want to remind you folks, we are doing some giveaways this week, and if you want to get in on it, just hit ! giveaway. That'll give you all the information you need. We've got an awesome Pringles swag pack with a special little Razor edition to it. There's more info. Again, ! giveaway. That'll give you all the info you need to get in on the giveaways here this week, so don't miss out on that. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tom, they'll check out the leaderboard, get our Mobile One high performance moment, and get you ready for our second game of the day.
Hey, what's up? I'm Fury, and the only thing crispier than my shots are the original Pringles.
Now, will they win? That's a different story, because it's Fury left alive. He's the one that's got to clutch this out. But the bodies are being played so perfectly that it's so hard to find that ultimately.
If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury, I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight, nah. Had to grind and shine, like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We're getting ready for game number 2 in just a moment. Their Team Intel did take the win in game number 1, but it's by how much? So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is currently standing in the lead. Now, Team Intel with the plus 12 were able to get another 12 kill points on the board. And they have a comfortable 9-point lead right now up against Team Asurus, but 6XZs are right behind them with 14. You got Team Pringles rounding it out there in the top 4 with 13 points, Tom.
Yeah, really impressive performance from Team Intel to start. Team Pringles not able to pick up as many kills as they were hoping for. It started out really hot for them. They went over, towards the epicenter side, picked up purple armors right off the rip, got some kills over towards Survey. Unfortunately, when they were holding the outside, kind of towards that fragment side, not a lot of teams rotated towards back Skyhook. Not a lot of teams came out over towards that side because they're absolutely terrified probably to even rotate that way because they know that's where Team Pringles was going to come from. So not able to pick up a lot of kill points, but still a nice job and a good thought process. Great job by 6XZs as well and Asurus. So we're starting to see, and even Team Razor, Jamerson, keep in mind, they had Baby Thule lag out and they still got into the top 5. So that was a really nice job by Team Razor too.
Yeah, and that's a very important point. That Team Razor were taking a lot of the bulk of the fighting on the northern side, and so Team Pringles didn't run into as many teams because we saw so much taking place over there by Trials. But here's the Mobile 1 high-performance moment. This is what we're talking about. Baby Thule had already gone down about 30-40 seconds before this, but Team Razor were making their last stand for Trials, and it really was a trial by fire for them, somehow survived throughout all of this.
And you can see the death boxes already happened. This was 2 or 3 different teams. And, not only during this, there was a whole thought process and great plays by Zeratricky and Hackula together, just as a duo, not, worrying about Baby Thule lagging out, understanding, hey, all these points really matter. We're trying to stay at the top of the leaderboards here at Series Z and flying through on the jump pad and great EVA 8 shots as well. They survived again all the way towards that top 5 area. And you have to play so different when you only have 2 players. You're not able to take a lot of fights. You're not able to take a lot of third parties. You almost have to play the zone and hope that all the action happens in front of you, pick up your early kill points, and then you try to get the win at the end.
And it was just great presence of mind for them as well. I mean, a lot of other players would have just been like, let's bail, let's drop down. They had the opportunity to drop down from Sniper Hill there, but they knew that there were so many third parties. They were keeping track of the kill feed, knowing which knocks were going where, that they can still fight into this, knowing that a lot of these fights would have been 2v2s for them because so many trades were coming in with all the third parties. It's a great presence and awareness coming out from Team Razor there, ultimately netting them 9 points despite having an early game lag out. We'll see what they can do if Baby Thule can maintain their connection heading into game number 2, which we are getting set up and we will have very shortly here. But right now we have a really good spread in terms of the points. Even though Team Intel have a decent lead with 9 points, we have a middle of the pack that are, every team underneath them right now are just separated by 1 point each. And so every game's going to matter here. We have 5 more left to go throughout the evening. So a lot of time for teams to start making up ground, and even for our teams that didn't score so well here in game number 1 to come back for game number 2 and forward. And so we're getting another look, and this was just great decision-making coming out from Team Razor.
Yeah, and just great mechanics, too. It's not easy to hit and control all of those EVA 8 shots as you're flying as fast as possible. I mean, and Zeratricky is able to do that. The way that he's able to, rotate around, the confidence that he's able to play with. And then, again, rotating around 2 different teams when they have 3 players in their top teams here and you only have 2, you're at a huge disadvantage. So they, didn't worry about that. They waited for the advantage to come into their hands, and then they created it too by being in that position and playing the way that they did. It was aggressive, but it was, in a situation where they never wanted to give up too much because they understood that they were just a 2-man team. So we'll see if this 50-50 continues on that side, but we already do have another fight happening on the Fragment side, it looks like. So a west side fight. Let's see if the east side team eventually makes their way over there, and Kubsky realizes the situation that they have to push this one. So Blueberry's going to fly in there with them, and they're going to have that blood health scan back in about 10 seconds. As soon as that happens, I guarantee they're going to make their play.
First knock coming out from Kubsky. He's got that PK in hand, and now Blueberry Small setting up for that stairway angle here as 00 negative gets cracked. They need the rest of the team to start pushing up, but they do have one more knock there, so it's just going to be a 1v3 ultimately. But you mentioned it, that frag east timing. We'll see if any team moves up quickly here, and so Applejacks will move their way onto the roof to keep an eye around the locations around him. And it looks like a team did try to come in for the third party, but Applejacks are going to be good to try and keep this one shut down as they do finish off super. No third parties for them. Their timings for looting is going to be a little bit slow. They have the rest of Frag West to try and take, but he becomes so risky at this point in the game.
You're going to need loot, though. That's the thing. You need loot cells. It's not really so much about the weapons now because you can see they're comfortable with that R9, with the Sentinel even. And it's going to be another kind of west side zone, but it's going to pull more towards the south. You can see Thermal Station is going to be a big spot of contention here. Jamerson, when we look at this, I mean, there's a lot of different possibilities here, but we know where the popular spots are going to be, right? Right where that O is in Thermal Station, over towards that high ground, over towards the top of the train tracks is always a really popular spot, and there's plenty of chokes to come through. So we'll see how many teams make their way into the back of Thermal Station and who wants to kind of play around and try to get some kills along the way. Oh no, Baby Thule.
Unfortunate.
Not again.
Yeah.
It's like me and my setup.
It looked like he was able to reconnect though, and so we'll see. Hopefully it's not something, client to server side, and it's just maybe something client sided where I don't know, having difficulty with the router or something. We'll see though if they can maintain Baby Thule within this game. But here's Team Rockstar now making their move down to Hot Springs here. They should be trying to find a strong position. I think just playing the choke just north of Thermal can work out for them, as the rotation timing is a little bit slow. It's about 30 seconds before the zone finishes closing here. We'll see how many other squads can make their way into Thermal. One position that I really did like was what Rice Krispies were. They were actually dropping over at Tree. So they can try to control the connecting area there and trying to gatekeep a lot of the squads that are playing in the south right now.
Slower game than we had in game number 1. And I think one of the teams gave up one of their 50-50s, if I'm not mistaken, right? Didn't we have this fight happening over towards Sorting Factory previously? I think that team understood, okay, well, didn't go as planned, so they're going to find somewhere else to land. And if that doesn't happen, you know, if you can't find a spot to land, my backup plan may have heard it. Go to Skyhook. Skyhook's always one of those spots. There's plenty of room for teams. You can find a couple buildings. As long as CLG is not in the vicinity and it's not our pro day, you should be okay, because you got Team Liquid over there. You got a lot of great teams that are trying to bully you.
Yeah, it really, that's, I think, the right way to kind of take it, right? Because Skyhook is large, and it's comfortable enough for 2 teams, but it can allow for 3 teams to come in for the loot. You have that western, eastern, and northern split. But that just means teams get punished. But now here is PSS. Speaking of Skyhook on the eastern side now, we do have the Beast of the Hunt going for them. Be Panda, Stomps, and Sung, as doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get a full team fight out, as the other squad just completely dipped from this one, backing away throughout all of this. So Sung's Beast of the Hunt, we'll just go ahead and fizzle and they don't get anything off of it, but they might actually continue to persist against this team if they decide to stick around over there.
And I believe this was the team that tried to challenge Razor a little bit earlier towards the top, and they ended up losing a player. I think it was Sung that ended up going down first. So they're going to play things a little bit differently and take different rotations going through, because you'll notice that teams have the same tendencies and they'll typically hold these same situations because they're looking for power spots. And it really kind of just depends on what the zone is going to be. So a different zone here and a different strategy coming through, different rotation coming in for PSS.
Yeah. Don't know if PSS have the ring for themselves, but if they want to, they can try and stick around here and pick up that beacon. But it looks like they're not going to try and push that. They don't have the Beast of the Hunt, and so Sung's not going to have that extra movement speed to try and close the gap there. And I believe they might have already used the jump pad as well. And so for now, they can just mirror this squad if they need to, just follow around, as we are now on a board with Cheez-It, who have made their way over towards the Thermal side. There's another team across from them as the scans do come out. Now, Golden does have the Beast of the Hunt, but it just becomes so difficult in this space to fight because Finicky and Mollis are both still sitting on white armors.
You never want to have that white armor situation. It's never good. And if you're Golden, you're like, what do I do here in this situation? Because I have 2 teammates that can't fight, and I'm on this Bloodhound. You almost want to give that to Mollis, and you know, Finicky, he's going to be okay with that shield. You almost feel like you have to open it up. So if you're feeling confident for Golden, we've seen this from Golden before, some really nice plays and some really great tracking. So completely capable on that Bloodhound of making some serious moves. Nice shots there from turns, having the flat line with the 3x, gonna jump up and hit a crack as well. Can't run back, sees the Arc Star as Malice is gonna take some damage. That means the bubble's gonna come down from Gibby. That's gonna be the full send over towards the other side, and Angle being taken by turns. Didn't have a chance to heal, so now gonna have to back off, let the teammates do the work inside the bubble. Doing a great job of just bobbing and weaving, but as soon as that battery was about to be hit, gets taken out, and that was the big difference in the fight, is Kim Chile just surviving with a sliver of health.
Yeah, and he's going to get the double fast res as well. Ultimate value Gibraltar with that 3-piece in that team fight win. He's got the armor swap for himself as Taxi find themselves in a fight over here. They're already down 2. That's going to be Ava and Rick Pickle. Getting a crack with the nade here, but he does get challenged. Hits for the purple, unfortunately. Still had to deal with Triton on the back of that fight as well. So Clone Force 32 establishing a very dominant position here inside the donut building now. No third parties, and so Trinal should be able to full heal off of this one. Ring will be closing up, and we'll have a better idea of where this one pulls. Like you said, Tom, there are just so many ways that this ring can pull for ring number 3 that we need to get a decent look at that very shortly.
If I had to put my team in a spot, I would go into that risky spot on top of the train tracks like I was talking about. But then again, it is a very brutal spot to hold. So lots of different opportunities for other teams. You could even run around, pick up kills, and go to that spot late. And I think that's what Tricky and Team Razor is thinking, because right now there's plenty of teams that still haven't rotated, right? So maybe it's this team over towards Strange, get a little armor check, take a decent amount of damage. Doesn't even need to bubble throughout all of this because he has the train track if he needs it. So now they're going to realize, all right, this is going to be the backup spot if we really want to fall back, if there's going to be multiple teams. Until then, let's just see exactly what this team's going to be made of. And that's what you love, the confidence now that they have Baby Thule back in this game. They're ready to take a fight.
Defensive bombardment are going to force these two players down. It doesn't even matter. Tricky forces the issue. As he gets that knock onto Etymology, defensive bombardment will be finishing off shortly here as Hakulo just pushes the bubble now, forcing them onto the low. Defensive bombardment coming out from the other side as Kenji the God gets taken out. And now Team Razor, and they're about to get their 6th kill point on the board for themselves very shortly if they can find the last member of this team. Great job playing the edge here. They committed to playing edge because of that disconnect coming out from Thule earlier, slowing down their rotations. Also with the ring pulling down so hard down to the south. Here's Team Rockstar, not too far away, that find themselves in the middle of a fight now. And there you go. Hambino will finish off Brandon and bubble just in case from Kimchi Lee so that Hambino can heal up and loop.
Hambino's going to opt to go for cells here with the gold armor. Obviously, he has the passive healing coming in as well, so that's what's so strong when you have the Octane. You can hit one syringe and you're basically full health again, and you're going to be a-okay getting back into this one. So nice job by Team Rockstar, having a better game than they did in game number 1, and I'd like to see them kind of pop off because they're definitely capable of it.
Yeah, and their loot looks great.
It's also Pringles week too, though. So I'm kind of rooting for Pringles. I'm not gonna lie. Pringles is. I love the I love the little interviews that we have during the commercials. The Pringles interviews are the best.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Right now, though, it's Team Rockstar might be dealing with Team Razor. We saw them up at Train basically not too long ago, as looks like Team Rockstar are getting ready to try and challenge for this height currently. All 3 members are up there. Hambino setting up an angle from the right-hand side. We'll see if he can sneak up onto them. They are slowly giving away ground here as he pushes up by himself. Gets spotted out. Almost gets cracked as he does have to drop it down. He has been scanned up, but he's got Strictly and Kimchi Lee watching his back, or at least watching his top side there. So good crossfire being set up by Rockstar, but really nothing coming up this fight. As right now, it's all about positioning. It's all about trying to get the red evos and getting prepared for the late game.
Red evo is absolutely huge in these type of instances, and I definitely have a feeling that Rockstar is going to get that. And I thought it was so interesting hearing, I believe it was Presley say, flatline charge rifle, favorite combination. I don't think I've ever heard those two kind of go together in terms of favorite weapons before, so that was an interesting combo, and it's always interesting to see what teams kind of favor towards. As Strictly is going to go with the flatline EVA 8. I think that everyone realizes you got to have that EVA 8 right now in this current meta. Otherwise, you're not doing yourself justice, especially playing on a character and legend like Wraith. Oh, looks like possible free kills, but the flatline shots are just going everywhere.
Yeah, the 3X, I love it personally, but I know how difficult it can be to fire with it right now. It looks like Team Rockstar are going to avoid a lot of the fighting. There are plenty of teams in this area right now, especially fighting over the chokes. So not hard committing. It is Team Razor up here on this high ground to have a team currently pinned down inside that respawn building, getting ready to nade him out. We'll see how aggressive they get. They know that there's another team in the area. Oh,
sick.
Oh my God, it just bounces off.
What was that? I swear he stuck him right there. I thought he stuck the arm shield or something like that. Was that a bounce off? I don't know. I don't know what that was. That was really interesting. I thought Tricky feels like he got robbed.
Definitely would at that point. That would have been the entry. You know they would have full sent it off of that one if they got that stick. But here's Team Pringles right now. Presley and Fury are already down. It will be Team Rockstar. They're just running this side, but now it's got Team Razor coming in from the backhand side. They're not going to be able to recover Kimchi Lee. It was actually Team Asurus actually pick up that thirst onto Kimchi Lee, and Very unfortunate for them. We'll see if they can come in for that banner at the very least, but here it is, Team Applejacks getting involved in this fight as well. No knock as Kubsky does go back with that Wraith Q, playing this one extremely safe.
Yeah, you can see that is Blueberry Smalls and the webcam at the top left, as well as Kubsky is looking up some loot in these boxes, figuring out where's that Spitfire ammo. I don't have that much, so I'm switching on over towards the Volt instead. You're going to pick up some energy ammo, hopefully an extended energy mag throughout all of this too. And the rest of the teammates going to watch the back as the looting continues. The fighting continues over here towards the spot we were talking about. This is where all that action is towards these zones. Baby Tuli takes a ton. Bubble from Zeratricky if it's needed. I guess they don't have it, so they're just going to back off. Hakulo takes a ton of damage as well, and there's the knock. It's going to be Kubsky with the Arc Star. Sung on the other side of the map actually has a charge rifle and gets one onto 165. Blueberry with some crispy shots as well. There's a flush onto Baby Tuli, and nicely executed from Applejacks. Unfortunately for Zeratricky, the bubble right there would have been absolutely huge, but obviously on respawn.
Yeah, it looked like they just a little bit might have hard committed on to Team Asurus there. They already got the 2 kills. But on board with PSS, we're trying to control the train tracks now. Good stick there as they can go ahead and set it up for that entry. You can get Sleepy Panda going first on that Octane. He's going to move fast as Team Cheez-It are taking a fight. Finally, they got the upgraded armors, and now they're ready to push up against this squad. It's going to be Rice Krispies to go down. Team Cheez-It surviving for now. The third party is already looking to make their way on in. Scanned the wrong way. They actually missed out on one of the players there, but they will be safe for the time being, as it looks like PSS were able to finish off that fight up against 6XZs. Got a better idea of where this ring is going for round number 4. It is going to be pulling over towards the platform areas, and so there's going to be a lot of unplayable ground for this one, Tom.
Yeah, I'd love to, if we can, get a flying cam. Oh, man. Whew. Are we just like, you know, oof, man, that was sexy. That's all I got to say. That's exactly what I want to see. You can see exactly where everybody's coming from at this point now, and everyone's laying over towards the middle. No one was really expecting this to kind of pull over towards the back end side. I really like Cheez-It playing that side. There's a lot of different spots and areas that you could have went over towards there. Unfortunately, you don't pick up a ton of kills in that situation, but you are going to get great map position. This is not a great map position. Asaurus and Nano, basically in no man's land.
Oh, and he is stuck down below as well, trying to heal up. And even though Asurus were able to basically recover after their fight with Team Razor, it was Team Applejacks that finished that job. PSS trying to come in for that third party as well, but it looks like they were able to back away. Bubble has been used by Applejacks as well, as Sung is taking the time to heal up for now. But PSS with a great position, crossfire set up. You've got them pinned down behind these blue boxes as well. I don't know what kind of utility they might have, but they are so split up. 2 went to the western side, 1 pushed into the boxes, and he was completely by himself. That was Kubsky getting taken out, and it was just some miscommunication coming out from Team Applejacks, and now they're the ones that are going to be fighting it out as a duo. You do hear a Wraith below them, and here's Sleepy Panda looking to finish off the last member of Asurus, but he's not able to get the 1 clip onto him and be able to survive another day, as you can see Team Cheez-It now moving up to try to have control over this platform.
Surprised that Nano survived that long, and Kubsky and Applejacks, I guess they rotated just a little bit too early. It's tough because you want to try to find a spot, but if you get to the spot too early, then everyone ends up looking at you. So you try to end up moving with the zone. Just didn't work out, not on the same page like you were talking about. Team Cheez-It going to slow play this one again. There's really no reason for them to do exactly what we're talking about. It looks like they're going to try to get to the spot, but they're going to get there a little bit too early, and now they have to hold this down. They didn't even bubble, so that's exactly what we're discussing. Now they get moved in on from behind. We switch on over to Intel. They're picking up some kills over towards this jungle gym area, but that's a tough break for Team Cheez-It. I mean, they were just not on the same page. They needed to kind of play that together, and no matter what they did, if they did it together, it probably would have worked out a lot better than right there.
Burhol still playing this one out right now. He's got one ahead of him. Got the crack onto that red Evo as well. Now it looks like he might be securing that thirst at the very least. And go for the res in just a moment. He's got to be careful. One more player above him here. And might just be the solo. He will back away for the time being. Cannot get Skittle Cakes back into this for right now. The Beast of the Hunt, he just backs off as it was Clone Force 32 eyeing this one up. We're considering going in for it. They do have the jump pads set up, and it looks like Skittle Cakes will get finished off in just a moment. There he is, watching on, sadly. But Team Intel now just down to a solo. We have a lot of teams that are damaged here. It's 7 squads with 15 players remaining. And now Clone Force 32 can play the gatekeepers here on the northeast side of this ring.
It's like, dude, just put down your purple knock shield. You're gonna die already. You're driving me crazy. I hate those purple knockdown shields. It's so annoying, but it's great. You know, it's great information for your knocked teammates to just call out exactly where they are, so you could rat it out and get those extra kills. As we take a look at what Z Davis is doing, locking down the platform over towards the side. Always a power position in these type of instances, and you can see Exile with an off angle, but props to our Tomcat rat today. Right now, it's Nano in the middle right now, being the most impressive rat we've seen so far in 2 games.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if there's 11 players left or 12 players left, but if there's 11, that might mean there's another rat running around. I would like to see what position that is, because currently it looks like it's a 3-3-3, and so it is actually going to be 2 rats that are still alive here in the late game. Nanofry is trying to make himself as small as possible, hiding inside. There's a lot of fighting is taking place. He does poke his head out, and it is Hambino. So he is the other rat currently, but he's not playing like it. He is maintaining full control over this platform with the Kraber. He's
rat versus rat.
Rat versus rat, and Hambino spots him out. He even gets that no clip. Oh my god, the no scope. And now we'll see if he can finish him off as well. This is going to actually turn the tides of the battle. It's going to be a 3v3v1. We'll see how much longer Hambino can survive for here.
Yeah, they almost want to send it over here. Hambino could possibly win this if they forget about him, and then they send this on the full 3v3 fight. What a job by Hambino. He gets the final kill onto the rat right there, gets a body shot, and then dips out. And now these 2 teams may fight. The bubble's even been used. Maybe he's going to pop a Kraber off. Let's see if he ends up doing it. They're going to possibly send it over towards him just to make sure that they're securing second place at this point. There's the knock right there from Z Davis. And an amazing job just ratting this out and causing so much trouble. They are going to send it over towards Hambino because they are pissed, and they're just going to take their second place.
Yeah, you realize sometimes you just have to play for the second here. And so Pop-Tarts, they got the initial knock, I believe. That's one members of the other side. So it's just going to be a 3v2, and the flank comes out, and Z Davis won't be able to finish them off. Team Pop-Tarts will take game number 2.
Nice job by Pop-Tarts as my lights decide they want to just break and now turn back on. Hey, that's really bright. Great job by Pop-Tarts. Honestly, but Hambino is the MVP for me. I mean, very rarely do you see 2 rats make it out towards the very tail end of that game. And then not only that, a Kraber in hand playing like he had full squad behind him, and then possibly could have won that game if he didn't maybe show with the Kraber over towards the side and be a nuisance that entire time. He may have even won that game.
Yeah, that Kraber alone put a lot of fear into our squads. We saw no one really wanted to push him because of that opportunity that maybe, you get knocked and all of a sudden now you're left in that 2v3. Great job, as we will be heading into the game number 3 after this. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have more Series E right after this.
I'm Presley, and if you want to get fired up like I do in Series E, make sure you get yourself some fire roasted jalapeno Pringles.
So many early fights because you can see how hungry they are for placement and kills.
There we go. Finding out the lone Gibraltar, they will be able to get the knock onto Zim. There's 1 player remaining for this squad.
If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esports arena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
boys coming out with a big victory. We got to see some awesome ratting there from Hambino. A great shot there with the Kraber. And just a great finish to the game, Pop-Tarts, with a much needed victory. This is a squad trying to kind of break into that top 4 in our Series E partnered squad standing, and that win is definitely going to help them out. We'll have to see how things shake out on our leaderboard for tonight when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in just a few minutes. But let's check out our player of the game for this latest game of the day. There it is. It's Lion. 4 kills and an assist to his name, just below 1,600 damage in that one. So very big performance there from Lion and the squad grabbing a win. And we were talking, or Jamerson and Tom, I should say, we're talking when they looked at the leaderboard just a little bit earlier. There was that nice little cushion for Team Intel, a 9-point gap between first and second place. Now, we did see Skittlecakes and Verhulst able to get a little later into the game. I believe they broke into just top 7. They were able to get 1 kill overall, I believe. I don't know that they had any more than that, so that's maybe a few points to add to that game 1 performance, but this is likely going to be Team Pop-Tarts closing that gap big time at the top of the leaderboard. We'll have to see if it is in fact enough to break out and get into first place here. But still plenty more action tonight. Just 2 games down and 4 more to go here tonight. We've seen more great play from Oshras. Pringles going out a little earlier than maybe we would have expected, but still plenty more action to follow. Do want to remind you guys, if you want to shop any of the products we see on the show today, obviously it's Pringles Week. You want to get you some Pringles, just head over to walmart.com/esports arena. You can shop all of our partners over there. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Pringles Week continues.
This is the Fury stack. You got triple the original because you got triple the flavor. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Oh, that's so good. It doesn't overpower the taste at all. It still tastes nice and crispy. It doesn't have too much salt. If you need a refill quicker in game, just stack up the Pringles. It tastes just as good. If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing enough for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We are getting ready for game number 3 here. We've had 2 separate winners, and so we need to take a look at the leaderboard to see who is currently in the lead right now. As a lot of the kills in that last game, they were kind of separated between a lot of teams, and some of the teams went down a little bit earlier on. And so this is where I think we might have a decent spread, and we do. Team Intel are currently in the lead with 29 points. Pop-Tarts are right behind them with 23. We got Rockstar in 3rd place with 22. We're tied with Team Asurus, who also have 22 themselves. So we have a great spread so far. It's going to lead to a lot of tension heading into games 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, our partner teams showing up today, but Asurus has been pretty awesome as well. I think we saw some really great plays out of a lot of different players in the previous game. Looking forward to, Team Cheez-It, who had a tough go with things. I mean, they were going through the right thought process in the previous game. I like the way that they were playing it, but somehow after 2 games, only 6 points right there with Crispy Treats and Team Splash. So obviously a lot of work to be cut out after these next couple games are to be played, because Team Intel and Pop-Tarts Rockstar obviously getting off to a hot start.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. As this one will be taking place. This was Razor with their dominance over the north side of the map. It was just some great timings out, as you can see. Zero Tricky just being patient about when he wants to throw in that defensive bombardment, and when his team is ready to push, it goes down. He gets the first knock onto Etymology, forcing them down onto the low, and even pushes with that bubble.
You could see the aggressive, confident play. It was just so refreshing when you have your third teammate get back in, especially after the back-to-back lag out, right? It was like, is Baby Chili going to be able to reconnect? And the previous game actually got eliminated, so wasn't able to do anything about it. So now when you have your full 3-person team, you have to be able to take advantage of these type of situations, and you can see just the amount of confidence that they have. So I really like the way that Team Razor has always played. And not only that, Zeratricky, it's very small improvements, but he was already a great player, continues to get better and better week after week.
And then ultimately, the downfall with Team Razor was just that we know the kind of pileup that can happen now. Now that Valkyrie is not as prevalent, playing those choke positions once again, especially when you have a thermal ending, can be incredibly strong. We saw it was Team Applejacks that came up with a lot of kills playing off that choke earlier on. And so I think we have to kind of go back to like standard Apex, where these kinds of positions are going to be extremely important in the long run of things. Getting those kill points going to be super important because we know that for a lot of our squads here, you know, the difference or the basically makeup of your points is just going to be half kill points and half placement points. So you need to be able to back up your wins with those kill points as well, which is I believe what we saw out of actually game number 1, right? Our winners had 12 points from placements and 12 from kills. And so that was perfectly 50-50.
Yeah, and we're not seeing as many kills from some teams as they would like because they're playing really great positions, but we're seeing a lot of third parties in super popular dense areas. Like in game number 1 over towards the Dorito building, it was 5 or 6 teams kind of flooding over towards there. Teams understand that if I'm going to play these areas, this is where I'm going to go and get kill points. But at the same time, certain teams are avoiding those spots because they want to try to get over towards the end game. So it kind of creates a kind of tug and pull of decision making, and you have to make those right decisions if you're going to go in for a third party. It needs to be clean. We've seen what it's like from teams to come in and just not able to, you know, pick up the kills along the way. And I believe that was Team Cheez It in game number 1. That was that last team over towards the Dorito building. If it was called the Cheez It building, maybe it would have worked out, but unfortunately it wasn't.
Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing with the callouts that have kind of developed throughout Apex Legends history so far. I mean, the thing is, like, we have callouts, but it hasn't really evolved in some time, right? So a lot of these go back about like a year, like when World's Edge first launched at that point too. Oh my goodness, World's Edge is almost 2 years old now. It's coming up on like 3 or 4 months away from being 2 years old. As season 10 comes out, it's going to be changed once more. It does look like we do have game 3 set up and we are heading into it. So let's go ahead. It's going to be game number 3, our last game of the half before we take our halftime break. And we're seeing that the early game has slowed down. In game number 1, we had a few 50-50s, but since then it looks like teams have kind of established their drop point. We'll see if Applejacks get contested once again over at Frag West, but it looks like they will be free to be able to run that without any issues whatsoever.
I personally would prefer not to get contested in the beginning of the games. It's just so much easier to go around and get your loot and just decide exactly how you want to go and approach those situations when the zone's going to be moving. But Pop-Tarts, they have a lot, again, of real estate. Look how much they're owning. They get no name. They get the double beacons if they want to go and use one, depending on where it is. If you don't have a beacon over towards the Overlook side, then you're most likely going to have one over towards the no-name area, and that's exactly what Z Davis is thinking. Getting all this loot to yourself is fairly nice. It's a little nerve-wracking. You have to have this internal clock on when to get out of here, and if teams catch that you are going over here by yourself, they may try to punish you. Oh, man, the flying melee right there onto Trinal. Just brutal way to die.
Yeah, so Gorda himself, though, has been dropped down low. He's getting pushed, and he's trying his best to survive. Really bought a lot of time for the rest of his squad, but it's now come down to a 2v2 ASC versus Clone Force. They got the first crack there as they push forward onto this Gibraltar, almost getting the knock now. And they will take out Triton. Down to a 1v2, but Seiko is basically just a cough from being taken out now as Brandon will fall, and now Seiko goes for the peak. Like we said, he had no HP, but Sir Lifty was also sitting on one shot. The third party already coming in. We'll see if he can even get this res. Triton halfway there to get back on his feet, but he also has to heal up.
Clone Force 32, again, one of our solid open teams over here, always doing some big things. Zone ended over here in the previous game, and now they're trying to get back into this one and get Trinal back in, who was the first player to get brutally just I don't know how to say it. Kung fu, really. Just straight karate'd like it was the Olympics up in here. Jamerson, you been watching the Olympics?
Some events. Was really excited for artistic gymnastics. That'll be taking place tonight or today. I don't know if it's actually going on right now. It's been so hard to watch the Olympics just because, you know, time zones, and they're playing out of Japan, which is like 17 hours ahead of us. Team Pringles, and it looked like they did have a team ahead of them here, but they might have just ballooned out, and so they're not going to continue to press this right now. Pringles have been doing a good job of just running the north side of this map, but going down to the south, over here at Lava City, it's Team Regiment currently on the rooftop position here, letting that team just get away.
R9 without a mag, not really going to be able to do much from here except a little bit of spray and pray and a little bit of ammo waste, to be honest. It seems like a lot, but 146 really just isn't that much. So probably going to have to pick up some resources along the way if you're coming out of this Lava City side, which, man, when's the last time we saw a Lava City zone? I really couldn't tell you.
Well, this time we're going back to game number 1. Looks like another train yard ending. Very similar to what we had in game number 1, but more, it looks like a countdown might be the point of focus here. So we have still a lot of teams hovering on the northern side. There's about 4 teams that are actually inside Skyhook proper currently, with Team Pringles that can run in at any moment as well. So I'm expecting a lot of action there as Team Razor, Baby Thule. Oh boy. No, Baby Thule's fine. Okay, never mind. And so they will just hold this position for now. This Team Razor have been able to find a lot of kill points here on the northern side, so I like that they're hovering there as Team Pop-Tarts going to try and take an early position in the middle of zone over here by Train Yard.
It's just one of those moments where it's like, is he okay? You don't really know. And it kind of plays with your head a little bit where you're like, am I going to lag out? So definitely feel that one as Pop-Tarts. Let's see how long they can hold down this train side. I mean, this is much earlier than we saw in the previous game. They do have this knock. They're already flushing that team out with the Arc Stars. This is the bot squad you can see with the picture over towards the side. It's going to be up to Z Davis to try to make some sort of move. Those are just Valkyrie Pathfinder things. That's okay, I'll open things up with a little bit of damage. At the same time, I kind of need a portal to get out of here, Exile. Thank you very much for that one. And there's some Arc Stars coming through too, so this is what we're talking about. We weren't expecting teams to get here this early. Took a little bit longer in game number 1, but here you can see everybody kind of setting up over here, and it's so difficult, even when you get this knock, to go and take this fight because 3rd, 4th, 5th parties are coming.
Yeah, Z Davis will just slow heal this one up. I understand, though, with the thirst, they do have the advantage, but in the game state, it becomes so difficult to try and take this fight. Right? The action has slowed down so much. You know that a lot more teams could be in the area, so you need more confirmation before you try to go for the full send. You've also already used your port here, and that one's going to disappear in just another few seconds, and there we go, it is gone. So they won't have that option to try and retake height. It becomes very difficult to make this push, especially with the squad. Been doing a good job of just utilizing these angles. As it looks like Cheez-It were just able to take out Rice Krispies. This is on the northeast side of Thermal Station, so Cheez-It been doing a good job of kind of rotating around here on the southern side and finding kills.
This is what you want to see from Team Cheez-It, is opportunities being created. Razor's actually making some opportunities of their own. As you can see, 3 assists coming in from Zara Tricky. He's going to be picking up some extra loot too. Feeling good about what they have. And that's what they do. They just play the edge of the zone. They bully these open teams. They pick them apart, and then they continue to try to play these choke spots that have been, you know, popular for quite some time. I mean, if you know that you're going over towards the Skyhook side, this is the building that you want to go and try to hold. This is the dominant building that stops all of the rotations coming through. So as this zone continues to close, they're going to make sure there's no more stragglers, and then they're going to just make their way in, and they're not worried because of the composition that they play. They have so many different outs. They have one of the best Gibraltars as well. So, again, just putting on a clinic on how to play on these open days. Team Razor always doing it.
Yeah, in the last map check, we saw that there are about 4 teams in the area. They've already taken out 1, so another possibility of 2 if Team Pringles haven't moved in, throwing their name into the fray. But Team Pringles have been running the northeast side of the zone, not committing too hard onto Skyhook. Back over here at Thermal, though, it looks like Clone Force 32 were able to get their 3rd back in and have recovered. But oh my goodness, Sir Lifty, a lot of damage there, and he's not entirely too sure from where. Will drop down to heal up once again. But on either side of the map right now, it's been a lot of focus on positioning. It's been a lot of focus on trying to find these early kill points as well. And so Clone Force 32 will take a moment to really consider their options as they get a better idea of where this ring is going to pull. Doesn't seem like they were able to get the scan over by the connector area. And they do have a team that's right below them on the low.
You know, shout out to all the Wingman users still. I know it's kind of far and fair between, but, you know, everyone wants to use the flat line, the EVA 8, etc., etc. Wingman, I'm all about that Wingman, Jamerson. You know this with the old school Halo 1 pistol love. His team Cheez-It, they're finally starting to heat up. And there you go, Molus now with the kill lead. We were talking about them having a big game. They needed to do it in game number 3. They were falling back on that leaderboard, and here they go. I mean, they've had they've been right there, really. All they had to do was turn the page because they're putting themselves in the right spots. They're putting themselves in good positions. They're just not executing, and now they're finally moving on all cylinders.
Team Intel have been setting up this crossfire against Team Asurus. Nano does finally answer back, bringing this down to a 2v2. No Skittle Cakes that was put by himself that got pushed now. Dupe will go ahead and push up as he does have that Wraith crossed up now, but oh my goodness, gets one clip now. It's all up to Verhulst, left in a 2v1. The scan comes out. I don't know if that was just a third party that might have been coming in or just a wide flank from the other side, and it is going to be the third party. Rockstar have shown up as they'll pick up the remnants of this squad and also be able to finish off the rest of Team Intel in just a moment. Verhulst once again left as the rat for his squad. See how far he was able to get away as Team Razor now making their way into Countdown and then running into a little bit of resistance, but it looks like it might just be some long-range sniper fire coming out from Trainyard. They do have a team ahead of them here, Tom.
I feel like Baby Tuli switched, maybe it was Octane before this? I think it was Bloodhound. So they have kind of switched compositions just a little bit overall, but still, as long as you have that Gibraltar in there, it really doesn't matter because Air Tricky, again, just plays it so well, and that's that staple that everybody's rocking. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get into the situation with Turns and Malice right around the corner waiting to pop off, but you can see Team Cheez-It staying active in this game, still zone 2, so you can continue to find fights. There's a nice scan coming in from Golden. Possible Kobe hitting as well. These are pretty lined up. It looks like they're close, but I believe those players left. No, actually, they're still behind the pills, so those nades didn't hit. Finicky's gonna have to back off, hit a bubble and battery throughout all of this. Will this offensive bombardment end up leaking through? Looks like it. Finicky, hello, there's the bubble. You can use it.
Yeah, bubble out from the other side now as they haven't lost anyone quite yet, and they will survive. 6XZs get taken out. Cheez-It have been rewarded well from holding these positions. You can see Finicky. This is why it's so important when you are healed up to be able to play that point man for your squad, get an eye on what's going on around you there. And so after the armor swaps and the heals, they will back off for now. So great shot calling out from Cheez-It, knowing that they cannot stick around and hold that, as there's just so much damage across them. Back up on the northern side, over at Countdown, it looks like Nestle Splash might have turned the tables there on Team Razor, forcing them back. It's been a fight over positioning, a fight over space so far. Malice Mamba almost getting cracked there, will be forced to queue to back up to his squad. So once again, we're back on that neutral, both teams in their respective corners.
And you're trying to, lay down shots on the Octane that's flying directly towards you, but at the same time, there is a player that's challenging you. So it's almost like you feel like you should probably shoot the player that is shooting you so you could back that player off. But either way, I like that aggressive play to buy time for Tuli to come through. Zare Tricky laying down some cover fire. And now you can see Splash doesn't really have that much real estate. If grenades start to fly in, they could really zone them out with one over towards the side, towards Gibby, and then one inside the door. And then if they had any type of thermites, I really feel like Splash would end up getting dropped quickly. But in order to do that, you have to lay down your initial damage, and we're starting to look like a little bit of an arena map over here, Jamerson. I feel like that zone's going to start closing extra fast now.
Yeah, looking more and more like game one as the rings do reveal themselves to us right now. Still a lot of poking and prodding between Nestle and I believe it was Razor on the other side, as Gibby is getting closer to at least having that purple for himself. Might make them feel a bit more comfortable to try and make this push. And oh boy, that Wraith is getting punished as he tried to push up for the time being. Now, it's actually stuck behind that bin, does have a port at the very least to back off if they need to. Really playing on the margins at this point. And Gibby getting closer towards that purple Evo for himself, has the nades out, even has the defensive bombardment to use if he wants to. And so might be waiting for that Wraith portal to go down to make sure that they don't have the mobility.
This fight's been taking place for so long, I'm surprised that no one else has really got involved, as Strictly is going to drop Ava with the wingman help coming in from the teammates. There's a bubble for a bubble and a defensive bombardment, but that was a very well-timed bubble. You can see the res was, I mean, it's a little late. If you're going to throw that down, you probably should just bounce for that immediately, and that's going to get punished as Team Taxi is going to be taken out here very shortly, as Rockstar is having themselves quite a game here.
Oh. Third party, as the Rockstars do come in. Kimchi Lee, I think he got tagged underneath, and oh my goodness, just before he got that bat off, or did he just get exploded there? PSS coming in now, or excuse me, another squad coming in now, as Strictly will go ahead and pop that port, but I don't know if it was close enough for Kimchi, and it was, to actually get him back. And surprisingly enough, this team is going to play this one slow and allow for the res to come through.
Well, they didn't know what we knew. Rockstar was shaking in their boots, basically. Maybe they thought another third party was coming through. That's what they were waiting for, the Bloodhound crutch. Okay, guys. Well, guess what? It's over. You lost your opportunity. Rockstar's coming for you.
Yeah, now the dragon might be awoken here, as they do have this choke to play off of inside the train tunnel. Bubble has been used, but it looks like it's used just to gain loot. How infuriating!
I would get these. Get him, Rockstar. Get him. That's your loot.
Oh,
get him.
He actually hit the 100 burst. They might actually push off this one. No. Okay, they're gonna allow them to just take that and leave. That was so disrespectful. Just looting up the party. After the.
It's like my friends that come over, grab something on my fridge, then leave.
And it's like something to say about the animation. As I'm watching that, I'm like, I'm getting like flashbacks to like Rust raids. So I'm seeing like a naked run back, and like he's just taking his body off. Oh no, stops. Gets the knock onto Hambino. Now they're gonna finally push here. Bubble answered for Bubble, and now Team Rockstar fighting this one out. Gonna be a 2v3. You do have the choke to at least play and like fall back from these positions, but it's still a 2v3. You can see there might be another team maybe playing the choke to their north. They do have that option to try and rotate through that way, possibly. It's a little bit hard to tell on the map, but Strictly does at least secure that banner for his squad mates, but getting the res in this position is going to be so incredibly difficult. He's getting pushed now on the left. That PK shot going wide now. Hits for the 63. Gets the crack. They got the knock on to Sleeping Panda. They're actually fighting into this, but Kimchi Lee has been dropped down to 20 HP. He still holds the angle there, but Stomps gets that knock. And now it's all up to Strictly left in a 1v2. Will he get the re-knock at the very least? Pulls him out, but it looks like PSS will be able to recover here and finally get that. And there was another team behind them. Nades going down as Sung will hold that angle for them, or might have just been cautious nades for them, as we don't see anything off the x-ray there. So it was just more caution from them than anything else. And so PSS, they will be forced out of this, but at least they hold down this angle.
Caution, or is he freaking out, man? No, I'm just kidding. That was a really nice job from Stomps, honestly. Stomps came through and basically saved that fight, because once that initial knock came through, I really liked the angle that Strictly was taken. He almost overextended. If he could have just continued to jiggle peek a little bit more with that EVA 8, I felt like he thought the other players were weak and he could have came through, but that Bloodhound was actually full shield. So that was an interesting turn of events, as he thought he was going to get the knock onto Sung. It wasn't the case. Stomps full sends it as the Gibraltar, which is sometimes what you have to do, and he saves that fight. So here we go back on over towards the train side, get an opportunity to see what Presley has, and talked about loving the flatline, loving the charge rifle. Well, this time got to have that EVA 8 is how important it is to have it in these bubble fights. But that bubble is going to go away, and we'll see if they have any grenades they want to put over there. It's an offensive bombardment, and there's the charge rifle. Phony's got it.
Yeah, getting that knock is going to be huge here. We'll see if they continue to push onto PSS, but they have such a strong position that you really don't want to give that one up, especially with Team Intel just lurking. We do have the jump pad being used. Mid-air, Sung gets taken out by Verhulst. So now Team Intel are looking for their third game to be an extremely strong one here. They do secure that thirst onto Sung, and so this is basically a game state which is nearly impossible to try to get someone back in. We'll see if there is a mobile respawn beacon in hand to use, as it looks like Sleepy Panda was able to get a knock onto one of the members that was of Team Pringles that was holding that big main hangar of the train yard. And we're seeing almost a classic circle here over here at train yard. It's going to be pulling just to the stairwell now, is Dupe going in for that Kobe. We'll see if that one connects. Very close, but no cigar there. Right now, though, Team Intel, they can bide their time. 7 squads remaining, 19 players left, and I believe there's 1 ret then at this point in the game.
I like this position for Dupe. He doesn't really even need to be there, though, so we'll see how he wants to approach this. Yeah, defensive environment, not really worth it at this point. Anyone could just go and bubble, and that bubble cooldown's a lot shorter than the defensive bombardment. So, you know, the aggressive play is good. It's always nice for everybody to take different angles, but just keep in mind, if any grenades end up coming over there, you got to dip and you have to fall back to your teammates. But oh my gosh, the shots right there onto Phony doesn't matter. And they had this planned out, actually. They wanted to clear this out so they could go and take this train car. It is a little bit more center. It does have more kill opportunities, and it has so much potential to win the game. There's an offensive bombardment too, so all the planning from now from Team Intel coming together is they take the high ground.
Yeah, clearing that roof with the defensive bombardment buys them so much more space, extra angles to play off of, and make sure that they are a threat in this late game now. We have 5 full squads remaining. So controlling the battlefield is going to be important here. You can see the pings going down, making sure that's the only real climb up other than jumping up with an octane pad, as we do have, looks like the full 3-man reconnecting from Team Pringles. Angle being set up by Dupe, and he gets the knock onto Fury, almost gets another one there. As, oh my goodness, he's doing so much damage to them now. Gets the knock, the re-knock, and it looks like onto Fury, as they will continue to press their advantage, forcing them down now, and they will have full height control here. As, oh no, Dupe tried to go for that dead slide into the train cart there, but they will be able to finally reconnect up top. Have all this loot to work off of as well. This just should be an extra red evo for them to play off of now. We're down to 4 squads, 12 players, all full squads remaining.
Nicely done. I mean, those shots were just so impressive from Team Intel. Is Cheez-It still in this one? Really, it's going to come down to Team Cheez-It and Team Intel. They picked up so many kills this game.
Yeah, Team Cheez-It more than Intel, I believe, at this point. They've gotten into so many fights and are able to expertly run basically the southeast side. Team Pop-Tarts about to get knocked down. I believe they're down to just 1 player remaining. So we have a 3v1. And Team Intel are in basically the best spots. I mean, all these carts are in for the large majority of the final circle. I'm surprised that Skittles actually backs off, as it get pushed on that train cart. And so great presence of mind coming out from Skittle Cakes. Does have to back away, gets cracked, and now they've lost a lot of their high ground control. Going to be important here. We'll see if Mollis can actually rejoin his squad here, as they are stuck on the low. It's going to be a 3v1. Like I said, Team Pop-Tarts probably with the lone lone Rats in this late game. See how long he can survive for. We saw what Rats can do in the final circle, so you do have to keep in mind that there is still one alive, and all the teams know it as well. Good scan out, showing that all the high ground positions have been taken, but here is the final circle closing in. Golden will have one last ultimate excel to pop, so he will have the Beast of the Hunt ready for this one as well, pulling out extra armor swaps. That's going to be a purple that they do need to heal up at the very least. Golden missed out on 1 player up top. Here we go, scans coming out, and they realize, yep, we do have 1 player up top by himself. That was everyone scanned up. And here is the Beast of the Hunt for Golden here. Finicky taking a lot of damage, but they have great cover. Bubble has been used, though. They need to buy time for that cooldown to come back up, and they might actually have it here. Arcstar comes in for Golden. Here comes an air burst as well, utilizing this cover expertly. Z Davis does get taken out. That's going to be Team Intel picking that one up. So it's a full 3v3v3 for this last one. with the ring closing in behind Cheez-It right now. Do they have the tools to try and force the squad out from above? It looks like whoever's up there might have the winning position now. As Cheez-It will take one last heal up. Arcstar forced out. There's the bubble now coming out from Finicky as Cheez-It are full health and ready to fight this one out. Defensive bombardment forcing them down now. Intel picking up the kill onto IB. Nifty Aggie roll will fall as well. Now Team Intel, they haven't lost anyone, but they're stuck down on the low ground. Cheez-It looking to finish this one off, and they will take a huge game number 3. Give me 1 second.
We have our Apex champions.
Big win for Cheez-It. We saw them in the early game taking a lot of kills on the southwest side. And I don't know exactly how many kills they had, but this should be a monstrous game for them, Tom. All right, it looks like we're having some issues. You know what? What a good time to actually have the issues, because we're about to take our halftime break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since Season 0, and the reason I got into the game was from my friend Ashton Frey, and he invited me to play the game back when we were on console, and then I ended up getting a PC 1 year later, so I ended up having to leave him.
Just underneath behind of his team, and somehow Team Intel, they go down. Team Pringles will be able to finish this one.
For my team, I prefer IGLing the team. Fury used to be the IGL back in like Season 2, Season 3. And then he ended up giving me the role of the IGL, and he ended up going to be the co-IGL. I feel like it's a very difficult role to play, and it's a very stressful role, but at the end of the day, a stronger IGL is what makes a team. The main champion that I play for comp right now is Gibby, which he has basically 100% grab in the whole competitive series. My favorite guns to run with the Gibby is charge rifle and any type of shotgun. It doesn't really matter. Preferred would be a Mastiff or Eva, just because how broken they are. But yeah, definitely a sniper and a shotgun to roll with the Gibby.
Intel now with the 3v2. They got the knock on the Panthers. It's just one left, and it's just Metro here.
My favorite part about playing comp is honestly just having my teammates along the side of me. Playing alone is very boring and very depressing. So for me, I like to have like that social interaction with my teammates and have that bond where we could carry out not only in regular gameplay, but competitive as well. If you're ever looking for new snacks while gaming or some new gear, go ahead and go down to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Pringles products. My name's Phony. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
What's up, guys? My name is Presley, and this is the Presley Stack. Alright, so first off, 3 flaming jalapeno chips. One of them perfect condition. The middle one, this is the most important part. You see the jagged edge on it? It's gonna make for a beautiful crunch in the middle. Third one, same thing as the first one, beautiful chip. Load it all together, boom. You have a little sandwich of some sort, and you just go for it. So the jalapenos, the fire roasted jalapenos definitely make a difference from them being just regular jalapenos. I feel like it's more of a savory burn instead of just the original jalapeno flavor. So I would definitely recommend the fire roasted. If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our first half of open night tonight in Pringles Week all done, and we see Team Cheez-It taking a huge, dominant victory there in game number 3, and that's back-to-back-to-back wins from the partnered squads coming out strong to start off Pringles Week here. So It's going to be interesting to see how the standings shake up when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in just a few. But first, let's check out our player of the game from that last game. Again, Team Cheez-It coming out with a big victory. And I'm curious to see who, in fact, does get player of the game here. It's going to be Golden. 8 kills, 6 assists. Just under 1,400 damage here for Golden. And look at that, 20 kills for Cheez-It overall in game 3. They wiped a third of the entire lobby. What a performance from Team Cheez-It. I mentioned at the start of the day in my power rankings article, Team Cheez-It took the biggest jump in my power rankings. They moved up 3 spots, and they may be in for another big jump when I write those for next week. They are looking really, really strong. That's an impressive performance. 32 points there for Team Cheez-It in that game is certainly going to put them in the running. The question is it enough to jump over Team Intel, or do they still have a little bit of work to do? We'll have to see in a few minutes when we check out that Mobile One leaderboard once again. Do want to remind you guys, if you're looking to keep track of all the stats that we keep for all of our squads, we've got chat commands for you all covered. If you just use ! Team Pringles, or if you want Cheez-It, ! Team Cheez-It in Twitch chat. It'll link you to each team's stats page over at esportsarena.com. You can also check out VODs and highlights for all of your players over there. So make sure to check that out. That's ! Team Pringles, or whichever team that you want to check out in Twitch chat. Let's go back to another quick break. When we come back, our second half here of Open Night during Pringles Week continues.
I've been playing Apex Legends since launch, and the reason I got into the game was I started looking at Twitch because I was really bored. I'm like, what the heck? That seems kind of fun, but maybe it's going to be like kind of bad because it's free. And then I tried it out, I'm like, oh my god, this is so addicting. And I couldn't stop playing, it became my favorite game instantly.
As well, you need to fight this one out as a duo bubble used from either side, and they should be able to finish him off, knocks him out.
My role for the team is usually the co-IGL. I usually help Phony with the calls. He usually makes all the rotates, and then I just help like micromanage some of the plays, like once it starts getting tense late game.
Get so much value out of their med kits, but they're just not going for it. They're going for the kills instead.
My go-to legends are usually Wraith or Octane because they're both small and mobile, and since they're so mobile, I like to run just a shotgun with just like an Eva, just completely broken, and then just run like an R3 for the medium range because then you can still be helpful, and always the shot damage for your team.
Not able to clear the drone. It looks so close, those shots, but good team fire. They turn around onto exit.
It's so fun playing with my team every week because then I have like Presley who's always just like funny, so then I would just show up and I'm ready to smile because I'm like alright, he's gonna whip out a joke any second out, and then Funny's just like there, just like ready to compete. It's awesome. He's like, you can tell he wants to win. If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
One shot, now the future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance that I was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back from halftime, folks, as we are getting ready for game number 4. We've had 3 separate winners so far, and it was a big game for Team Cheez-It. Let's see how much that helped them in the standings as we take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard. Team Intel are still in the lead now, but it's Team Cheez-It that have propelled themselves into top 2, 38 points overall, and Team Pop-Tarts are right behind them.
Was that a 32-point game?
I think so, yeah.
They had to drop a 20 bomb then. That is absolutely insane. They had 6 points after the first 2 games. So what a phenomenal game from Team Cheez-It. They really needed that one. And one game like that could really change your whole season, to be honest with you, especially if you aren't having a good start. I mean, that's going to give you so much confidence going into these next couple games.
Yeah, definitely builds up. We'll see if they can continue to hold on to the momentum. Speaking of momentum, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And I think there were so many for Team Cheez-It, but it was ultimately when we're taking a look at Team Intel. This was, I believe, Pop-Tarts or Pringles that were just pinned, and it was Team Pringles that are pinned. Oh my goodness, Dupe doing so much work here.
Yeah, he almost got a double one clip, which I was already freaking out. I would have double freaked out if he would have did that. And this is just dominating positioning. Once you got that, I was pretty confident they were going to be able to take the cake here. But unfortunately, and not really unfortunately, well-timed bubble from Finicky. Finicky, I thought, laid down a bubble a little bit too early down towards the bottom of the map when they were making their final move when that circle was closing. But all of a sudden, it came back right when they needed it at the last second. They used it, and then they forced out the enemy bubble, and they forced out the other team to the very, very low ground. So they go from the team that's low ground to end up being on the high ground. So unfortunate for Team Intel, but either way, great place from Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, and importantly here for Team Intel, this is basically the play that allowed them to maintain their lead. Imagine if it was a team like Cheez-It that walked away with these kill points instead. Right, so 2 going the way for Team Intel at the very least. So it could have been a huge swing in points. It might have actually put Cheez-It into the lead if they had picked up just a few more off the back of these. But Team Intel keeping themselves currently in first place. We saw some great recovery coming out from them after getting 50-50 in game number 2 and making their way into the top 5 here for game number 3. So right now, our 2 teams to keep an eye on, it's going to be Team Cheez-It and Team Intel. Particularly if Cheez-It can have another one of these games. I mean, these are few, right? Getting the 30-plus points in a game, that happens fairly rarely. And so we'll see if Cheez-It can recreate that.
It's super rare. I'm impressed to see Team Cheez-It do it, especially because the way that game number 1 and 2 ended for them, where they had decent spots but bad execution. So they were able to execute over and over again. Every time that you're picking up kills, you're executing. So they were able to do that 20 times, right? So that's a really nice job. I mean, maybe not 20 times, maybe it was like 5, 6, 7 times, but there was a lot of different points in that game where they made the right decision, right? And there was games in game number 1 and 2 where we're making the right decision. They just didn't do it the correct way. So now that they're starting to warm up, now that they're getting a little bit more confident, you could see Team Cheez It really start to pick things up. But I would also keep an eye out for Team Pringles. They're kind of in that same boat right now as Team Cheez It was, where they're putting themselves in decent positions. I like the way that they're playing. They're still just falling a little bit short. So I think they're on my radar as well.
Yeah, I think just the main difference is kind of like the pathing that have been working out. Team Cheez It were able to have excellent pathing here and find fight after fight, and that's how they picked up the 22 kill points or whatever, 20 kill points throughout all of that. Team Pringles, though, we're seeing a lot more action over towards the Skyhook side, and so if they want to get those early kill points, they need to move fast from the Epicenter Refinery side and make their way into Skyhook and get involved in some of the action that Razor have been taking place in. It's been Team Razor that have been able to pick up those points, which is why we're currently seeing them in 4th place right now, 30 points overall. They're the ones that have been able to find some early and mid-game action, while Team Pringles, it's been a little bit slower for them, but they are still here in the top 8. They are 27 points off from Team Intel, but with 3 games left to go, we know that's plenty of time to catch up. And so as we get game number 4 ready and set, I think a lot of our teams are kind of going to be at the mercy of the ring at this point. Things have been working out so well for those southern teams, particularly Cheez It, as we saw in that last game, to be able to funnel the south side and pick up a lot of those kills. We'll see if the northern teams can kind of recreate that. I mean, we saw Team Razor have some really great games when they were finding kills left and right in game number 2, I believe, or game number 1, I believe. So we'll see. Right now, game number 4 is still getting set up, and so as soon as we have that, we will get into the lobby as quickly as possible.
And I can't really recall how Team Razor died in game number 3. Do you remember? I think that they took a team fight and it just didn't work out. I can't put my thumb on it. Usually I can remember these details, but they have fallen short in game number 1 and 2, unfortunately, because Baby Thule lags out and then comes back. But we're going to have to lag back ourselves in a second because we actually are doing a server reset.
Yeah, unfortunate server reset. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with game number 4, guys.
Hey, what's up? My name's Phony, and when I'm not playing Apex Legends,
To turn this one around, they got the res onto Presley, and Team Pringles are...
I like to draw. I started drawing basically when I was like around 5-6 years old. My art style is not really realistic. When I draw, I like to draw a bit more cartoony, more, I guess you could say anime style. Something along the lines of just basically like Cartoon Network, all that type of art style. Today, I'm gonna be drawing you guys a little different kind of Gibraltar here. I'm gonna be drawing him in a little pop art style, and I'm gonna try to make him into an own unique collectible with a little Pringles gear on him. And I'm gonna just change up I might even put a little mustache. You will see at the end of the video. But what I want to do with this is I want to make a unique collectible, a pop collectible of a Pringles Gibby. If you're ever looking for new snacks while gaming or some new gear, go ahead and go down to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Pringles products. My name's Phony, I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
A little bit anime inspired. I see you there. You got that One Piece and the Death Note in the back. I can definitely feel you on that. At this point, it's been great to see. And I think the way that we've been like developing a lot of our player pieces have been fantastic so far. It's been great to see. I mean, we saw during the Rockstar week, right? Kimchi Lee, he loves to lift. He's a bodybuilder himself, and he was rocking the BCAA Rockstar. I believe that was the Fruit Punch one. So his choices, it's kind of interesting to see like the development of our teams, especially with their brands as well. So it's been super awesome to see. Also Phony flexing there with his art style. I can barely draw myself, so I always love to see artists kind of flex their skills themselves. Now, we do have game number 4 set up, and it looks like the lobby is ready. So we'll be getting in very shortly here. We saw that we have a lot of teams right now in the top 8 that can still contend for the top 2. Remember, it's only the top 2 that will be placing in the money. So very important here that we keep an eye on those 2 teams. Right now, though, it's Team Cheez-It who had a huge, monstrous game number 3. So hopefully we can join them off drop once again, kind of stick with them to see if they can recreate what they did there. Because like we said, Tom, getting a 20 bomb in a tournament setting, it's fairly rare.
Yeah, the servers are trying to cool them off. You know, it's like icing the kicker over here. And like Cheez-Its coming in. They got the flaming hot Cheez-Its out here right now. That's what they are. So I'm really proud of them because I think that we saw so much potential. And again, game number 1 and 2, you've seen it week after week. And it's fairly rare to have a pop-off game like that. We knew it was a big game. We didn't know how big of a game it actually was. 32 points. That is absolutely phenomenal. So now they're in the running for the cash possibly today and potentially getting a first place during Pringles week. Again, taking a look at the overview as everyone takes their flight paths. Not that many 50-50s today if you're just joining us. Everything pretty chill to begin with, maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but still fast-paced nonetheless, and a decent amount of variety in the circles. Even though we've had 2 train, we at least got 1 down towards that thermal side. So maybe we could get 1 over towards Lava City, maybe over towards Dome. We haven't seen a south side zone in forever.
And here we go. Team Cheez-It now heading into launch site. No contest for them. What's interesting to note is that we don't have like a high-profile team that's actually dropping over at Fragment East, and that used to be a very heavily contested spot. Oh boy, Team Airstream once again in this fight up against Clone Force 32, and they've already got the man advantage. But now, Brandon getting that knock. Does he have any heals, though, to back this one up? Has some cells at the very least, but where is the rest of Clone Force 32? Here's Gordo from up top, getting some decent damage off, but Sir Lifty is laying in wait right underneath him now. Brandon, with that med kit, does actually get it off and allows him to fight, and he gets the 1 clip onto Triton. Now it's a 1v1, but Brandon is down to basically just 2 shots here. 1 headshot from a decent weapon can actually take him out, as let's take the time to heal up for now. The ping's coming down from his teammate as Sir Lifty is full health, 175 HP, as he should have the health advantage in this fight, but he just lost 2 of his teammates to him, and he misses all those shots, does have to back away, does have the time with the 30-30 repeater, has to be careful. He's actually above him now, and he hears him, sees him through the grate as well, pulls out that Havoc to finish him off, and Clone Force 32 will win this 50-50. But this was a long fight. Maybe we see the rotation from Tree.
Potentially. I mean, it's tough because if it was maybe 10-15 seconds later, that could be a possibility. But to get out of Tree and then maybe go over towards Thermal, that would have to be super next level, like try hard stuff that they met during halftime, Jamerson. Like, hey, remember those 2 teams that are fighting over towards Thermal Station? I don't know if they're ready for those next level strategies yet.
But I think that's one of the things that like our partner teams need to take this opportunity to learn how to do, right? If you note that there's a 50-50 taking place close to you, you have to be able to capitalize on it after about 3 or 4 games of witnessing that. So hopefully heading into game 5 and 6, maybe we see Rice Krispies trying to make that push, but we've seen they've been a little bit more hesitant team to slow play things and try to play zone. Team that doesn't need to really play zone is going to be Team Pop-Tarts now. Coming from Overlook, we got the crack out from Lion, forcing out the bubble as he bubbles himself to push up. Arcstar now forcing that Gibraltar into his dome now, and he'll get the knock on to Super. Hold the angle, but only hits for the 9. Bangalore is looking to be very feisty and hard to hit here, as he does have to back away. The third party might be coming in from Team Pringles, and they need to heal up really quickly. Now it's going to be Team Out of This World that are coming from Fragment East this time around, though. They do survive, and Team Pop-Tarts will just back away from now. But Out of This World are still looking for an opening in this fight.
That was really unfortunate for Z Davis that he hit 3 9s in a row, because the first 2 weren't as bad as the last one, right? That last one was long range. That should have hit for 9, but those first 2 were unforgiving with the PK. Unfortunately for them, they took a lot of damage. They're not able to fight this next team, and this next team looks like they're interested in potentially hunting them down. We'll see how they want to go about this one. The Beast of the Hunt is going to be going away pretty soon. And I don't think after that they're going to continue to chase this one. So zone is showing over towards this side of the map. We'll see exactly what zone this is going to be, but it looks like it's not going to be a train. Whew, thank God.
Yeah, it's going to be pulling up to the north this time around. Survey camp. Definitely a high possibility here. Maybe even going up to Epicenter Refinery. We'll have to keep an eye on ring number 3 when it reveals himself. And looks like Survey Epicenter is going to be the high focus here. Haven't had an Epicenter circle in quite some time as well. And so Team Out of This World will take their time to hold this angle for now. Action taking place. No one told them, the ring's not ending here over at Train Yard, but it looks like Nestle currently need to recover Gibby and get him back into this game. They do have a respawn beacon here. If they can maybe get a knock, they can just go ahead and plug him in right now, but looks like the game plan might be just to completely get out of here as another team has shown up. So good call from them to port out of this one, and they might have an opportunity to try and run it to the northern side of the ring, maybe get him back over at Lava Fissure.
Yeah, if you were really struggling at halftime, you know what you could do? You could have met with your team and said, hey, you know what? 2 zones over towards Strain. Let's play Caustic and Crypto. Set up at the late game. Go on over to Train Station and just wait this one out. It'll eventually pull here.
Now, it looks like we do have Team Razor getting themselves in the fight. We've seen them, of course, hovering around Skyhook and waiting that one out, and this is definitely one of those rings where they can. Zero Tricky securing that thirst onto stops as Nestle do get Gibby back into this one. Don't have to go as far as Lava Fissure. It's just going to be a quick stop on over. It looks like Applejacks, though, find themselves in a fight. Ava IRL, the first one to fall, and they're going to try and port in on this one. Here goes Kupski trying to get the kidnap, and no! It's actually going to let the res go through. It looks like he might have actually pulled off in the end there, but we'll see. 00 negative now pushing up with the Eva 8. Has to take the port back himself as he's dropped down to 1 shot. It's going to be Blueberry Smalls. Finish off 2. And very shortly, they should be able to finish off the 3rd member here. But again, they took so much damage throughout all of this. Blueberry Smalls now forced to back off. This is dropped down to 50 before he heals up. And he wasn't able to secure that last thirst. They do hear the res going off. And here goes Applejacks to finish off this team. That's going to be an early +3 for them very shortly.
Oh man, this is becoming so much more difficult than it actually has to be. Every player on this team ends up being like 1 shot. Why won't these players die? Now they get third-partied from behind. Applejacks, that was so unlucky. It was so hard to watch. I am so sorry that happened to you. Literally every single person on that team was 1 shot at a given point in time. If they would have just did 5 extra damage to each of them, they would have clean wiped them and then been taking on Team Pop-Tarts right now. Instead, that was 15 times harder than it actually had to be.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an uncoordinated push. Team Cheez-It here on the southwest side. This is where they were able to come up with a huge game now, but Finicky is dropped down low. They got the first knock. There we go, taking out Triton, and they were actually able to take out Trinal as well. So Clone Force 32 have been taken out. They haven't lost anyone, but Rockstar are quick on their heels now with the nades as well. The ring damage is going to do so much for them because they were not able to heal up. Mollusk going down. Team Rockstar taking advantage of this third party extremely well. If they can put a stop to Team Cheez-It here, this is going to stop their momentum, especially after the monstrous game number 3 that Cheez-It had.
Yeah, Finicky is going to get dropped. There's an armor swap coming in for Strictly. Devotion being used as well, and then some Valorant Counter-Strike approach coming in for Exile and Team Pop-Tarts over here as we take a look at Z Davis and his webcam and what he's able to do. And this team has been playing it pretty well after halftime here. I mean, 2 kills so far, obviously 2 assists. They've picked up a majority of the kills in this lobby so far, as only 5 teams have been taken down. But they know this is a duo. They know that they have the advantage over here. They have to be careful of any potential third parties. Without a Bloodhound scan, makes things a little bit more difficult to do.
Yeah, they can slow play this one. They understand that the position that they're in, they're kind of in a bowl. They have to worry about the high grounds and the surrounding areas. And so they're not going to overpeak this one right now. Their economy is a little low, though, as you can see. Less than 100 in the back pocket for Z Davis there. It's a fight over at Skyhook that's taking place, though. Back burner of team pinned down. The defensive bombardment has been used as well, but they're not quite ready push yet. They're just going to hold their angles for now, but here comes a full 3-man push. He misses his first shot, gets stuck with an arc star, and Mizaps is about to fall. Paculo coming in. It's going to be Team Razor once again riding the edge to pick up these kills.
Team Razor coming in clean, and they've been playing so well that it's surprising that they're not sitting more over towards the top of the leaderboard. Again, big game from Cheez It in game number 3, but we're talking about teams to watch. We talked about Pringles, we talked about Intel, a little bit about Razor, and it's time for Razor to continue to shine. I mean, this is what they do again. Skyhook, late rotation, waiting for kills, waiting for opportunities. You never really know where they are. You just kind of have a feeling that they're just waiting to pounce on you.
Yeah, and again, they can take their time now. Next ring will force them out over to Skyhook, but they can play over towards the tunnels if they need to. So we join on board with Rice Krispies, who were able to get the next ring, and this is why it's so important to be able to scan those beacons. This one's pulling up hard north of Epicenter now, and so the teams at Survey are going to be forced out of their positions shortly. They'll be safe there for now. It is Team Pringles that are trying to hold the train tracks on the north. Presley has been dropped down low as the push comes out. You get the Eva 8 shots coming out from Fury here. He's holding the bubble now, but he's got a challenge up against that Gibraltar arm shield. Pushes up, gets the crack onto the Bloodhound, and almost gets the knock. There we go. Takes out Sung. PSS will successfully finish off Team Pringles here. Well, third party come in. Doesn't matter. Pop-Tarts are in the middle of the fight now, finally pushing the building across the ways from them. And it's going to be an easy win for them. That was just a duo on the other side. It's a Pop-Tarts now with at least 5 kill points.
You're literally like read Z-Dave's like, nice, good job, watch for the third party. It's like, all right, where are they? Someone's coming here eventually. And it's nothing's, that easy in Apex Legends, especially with this many death boxes over towards this door. There's going to be somebody that wants some of this loot, like we saw the little rats from the previous game coming out of train, stealing the loot and then running back around. Z Davis, though, I like the shots. I like the approach. Everything was very well timed. They took their time to make sure that nobody was in the vicinity, and then they went for it. Is Air Tricky going for it again? Bubble for bubble. Defensive bombardment is going to be used. Most likely going to take that thermite out as well if he wants to go and put it on the outside. Saves it because he knows that's going to cut off his angles as well. There's the enemy defensive bombardment, though, so that's going to slow him just down temporarily. So nice disengage by the enemy team, and Team Razor going to have to temporarily reset here.
Oh, Baby Thule taking a lot of damage there from the charge rifle, and now he has been knocked. We do have the res coming out. No gold bag for them, but Hakulo's doing a great job of at least holding the angle. They're a bit exposed, but it looks like the res will come through as Baby Thule gets brought right back up. Now they need to buy time for that bat. They do have a position to fall back onto right inside Survey Camp once again. So Team Razor, excellent recovery there off the back of Hakulo, just playing that angle to make sure that they could not push onto him. And so good reset. We'll see if they decide to continue to push, but at the very least, no, that team should be happy that they were able to establish this high ground position for themselves.
It's hello, a whole other team inside over there. That's where Team Pop-Tarts was hanging out. So now, while the spot is good, it's a little bit more than they we're signing up for, because now you can see another team on the player outlines is rotated over towards the high ground southwest, which is one of their escape routes. So a lot of different options here for Team Razor. Not quite sure which one's going to be the right one, but they're setting pings trying to figure out how the heck they're going to get out of here.
Here's Team Intel, though, playing on the southwest side. Now they've got a team ahead of them actually split up. And it looks like Skittlecakes does realize there's someone right behind, helping out Dupe immensely. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and they'll get the knock on to Turns. Dupe has to back away and is forced to use that bubble to heal himself up. But Skittlecakes looking to punish that. The port will not save Turns. They'll pick that one up. You do have to be careful pushing into this one, though, because we know there's a lot of teams in the Survey Camp area as Dupe gets shot from the side. Get the knock on to Gibby throughout all of this, and now there's just one player remaining, and Skittlecase does not care. Looking to finish him off, but he might get punished for it. Woo, boy, barely finding the nick of time a place to at least heal up now, but they got to worry about the third parties as Dupe is the one to hold the line for his squad.
Yeah, nice job by Dupe, and that's exactly what he had to do. Hold the line, make sure that he's laying down some cover fire. Wow, these players are sitting ducks out in the open right here. Where's that charge rifle when you need it? Really nice job, though, from Dupe either way, scaring that team out. Yeah, it would have been nice if they were able to just completely laser him, but look, his teammates are... Come on, guys, what are you doing? There's free kills to be had over here. You see those guys?
Yeah, but we know that Team Intel are anything but free kills, surviving that and clearing out the western side. But now they have the zone closing in on them. They have another team rotating in from the south as well. So what is the game plan? it looks like Team Intel might just be wanting to play off of kill points for this game. Dupe looking for some extra heals at this point, was able to upgrade the helmet at the very least. But again, with the zone closing in, you need to heal up and get ready for this next rotation.
No doubt about it, and it's an interesting zone, to say the least. Take a look at defensive bombardment being used over towards the side, onto a majority of that getting eaten by the icicles, but it's a big gatekeep happening onto Team Razor. One player actually falls. They may send it off that. Zeratricky hasn't taken that much damage. It looks like Hakulo is the one that has taken the most. Bubble is going to be used as soon as Zeratricky takes a lot. Only a cell, though, so not having a battery in this instance is going to be huge. So look at thermite placement if they decide they want to leave the bubble, and they actually do. That thermite is going to eat them alive, but the zone also eating Zeratricky alive, and that means he's not going to be able to finish that one off as Asurus does the job and gatekeeps him, but looks like the gatekeepers get gate-kept as well, as Intel is the last one to have a say over towards this rotation. Nicely done by Team Intel. I mean, the timing was perfect. Not only that, Team Razor put themselves in a tough spot having to fight on that.
Yeah, and as the dust settles, we are down to 5 squads remaining. This ring will be pulling up towards the open ground north of Epicenter now, and so with 5 teams left, there's still plenty of positions to play off of at the very least, but it looks like Team Rockstar are going to be pinned into this fight against the squad inside Refinery right now. You can see the armor swaps have already been utilized as well. And so they need to get this fight win quickly with just 50 seconds left to go, but you're seeing how much of a nuisance those Bloodhound scans can be. Strictly making sure that they're cornered, that they cannot escape for free. He's got the angle set up. Do they have any more nades to try and commit into this one? Because they are running out of time. They need something explosive to happen here. So it looks like Rockstar are going to try and cut them off before the rotate happens. Rockstar now taking that western high ground of this position here, and they're just going to completely book it from this point as Kimchi, Lee, and Hambino a little bit behind, but it looks like Strictly was able to clear the way at the very least. And so now Rockstar in a very strong spot, but they still have to worry about the team that are coming out of Refinery.
So interesting with the different meta that we're in right now, because I remember season 2, season 3 back in the Watson meta, there'd be so many fences and generators down, it would shake my 3-4-year-old PC and my 2070 that I had in it. I'm sure all the console players and etc. were struggling and know that, but it's so different now. It's so much more entertaining in terms of the amount of fighting that's taking place, and you get to see all of these different angles and all of these different thought processes and how to play around the Bloodhound scan. And yes, it is annoying to deal with, but you see a great nade right there on her Strictly. But you see, okay, well, these players are vulnerable, so we're going to use the defensive bombardment, and now everybody is making their decision. I have to go and bubble here. I have to hit that res as soon as I need to, and then as soon as the enemy bubble goes down, 9 times out of 10 you send it into that bubble just like that. Perfect execution coming in. This Hambino, we've seen him rat out before. It looks like he's taking another off angle to try to get his team some points, and it's working out.
Yeah, he picks up one onto Nemusona there. We'll see if he can get more off of Rice Krispies, but the threat's coming from every angle now. Finds a small pocket to work off of here as he does go for that bat. And we are down to our top 4 squads. It looks like it's going to be a 3v3v 1v1. Pop-Tarts and Intel are the full healthy teams here, but it's Team Intel that have the high ground angle to play off of. Skittle Kicks, though, is going for the flank now, trying to find these last kills. As if he's been keeping an eye on the kill feed, he knows that there are multiple rats that are still left in this game. Will not play it too risky, though, as he does back off. Pop-Tarts, you can see the angles being set up from them. Multiple high grounds, crossfire being set up now for this final fight.
Yeah, I like the aggressive play from Skittle Cakes, and if anyone's going to do it, it definitely needs to be that Octane with the movement. But where are all the players without the scan? It's tough to go and decide how to go and approach this one, so you got to wait for that cooldown to come back, and then you can make your decisions. Spitfire 3x gold mag, so expect to see a lot of bullets flying out from Skittle Cakes, who's had, I've seen so many games, Jamerson. I mean, we should do a tally. It'd be interesting to get that stat eventually, or if we could start keeping tabs of the stat of how many times players have been kill leaders in each game, because I feel like Skittle Cakes, we see him fairly often in those post-game reports.
Yeah, and he does like to run the mobility, right? And that actually, I think, plays well into his kind of play style when he's running that Valkyrie as well. And we do have an early jump pad rotate coming out from them. as Pop-Tarts are not going to match them. They're just going to hold the angles for now. You still have to worry about the lone rat behind them, I believe. And so that might actually be the big difference maker here. But he's going to try and buy his time for as much as possible. They reconnect on this rock. Zone closing in for now. Defensive bombardment has been used. Skittle Cakes gets the first knock. Exile to go down. Team Pop-Tarts now fighting into a 2v3 defensive bombardment just to cover the left-hand side. As they go for that push to finish them off. They get the connects off that defensive bombardment. And Lion falling. It should be Intel to take the win here and maintain their lead right now. Sung being able to rat it out into the top two, huge value for his squad at the very least. But this is going to be Team Intel with a firm grasp on the lead in this game now.
Very nicely done from Team Intel, and even a nice job by whoever ratted out on this final team just to make sure that they got that extra point. And it's going to be a 3-on-1, and it was Z Davis from Team Pop-Tarts. I'm surprised Z Davis isn't trying to throw bows right there in that type of instance. Nice job by Team Intel taking the game. I mean, just the execution from tossing the defensive bombardment over towards the side, that's a really high-level pro play, just because of the fact that, yeah, you know that's a rat, but if you don't practice that even against a rat, then you're not going to do it against a team of 3. So even in a 3-on-3-on-3 situation, that's the exact play that you go and do. You have to zone out the team to the left, like with the defensive bombardment, and then you push inside the bubble and hit your shots. Just what a job by Team Intel. Great execution.
Yeah, excellent execution there. And that means, of course, with that win, along with the kill points that they picked up, they will be able to grow their lead in first place, leaving them with a pretty comfortable buffer heading into games number 5 and 6. But speaking of game number 5 and 6, we're going to have to take a short break before we can get there. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley here, and I'm about to try the Pringles Wavy Roasted Jalapeno. See what these things are all about. Just a little bit of right kick in there definitely is going to keep you locked in for the long gaming sessions. If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Game number 4 done there, and Team Intel grabbing their second win of the day. I'm definitely going to want to look a little more at them. We're going to check our player of the game here in a moment, and then I do want to take a look at 2 of our top teams performing so far tonight here in just a little bit. But let's talk a little bit more about Team Intel. As I mentioned, their second win of the day. Really strong performance from them. I was, very high on this team coming into this season. They've had strong performances and been so far the most consistent team across the first 3 nights of competition, and now they're really seemingly starting to hit another level. They've been really strong getting into a lot of the late circles here so far tonight. 2 wins now under their belt. Very strong start from them, and with 2 games left, they are definitely starting to build a cushion at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. Let's check out our player of the game here for this game, and it's Skittle Cakes once again. 4 kills, 4 assists, 1,300 damage. Looks very similar to what we saw from him in their first win of the day, and it's been that team effort so consistently here from Team Intel. So they continue to roll. Great finish there at the end of that game, and we heard Tom talking about it, and as I was watching that play, I noticed it as soon as it happened. Duplex with the beautiful defensive bombardment. They knew where Team Pop-Tarts was. They're pushing, and they know where the retreat's going to be. It's going to be the opposite side of that big rock that they were pushing Pop-Tarts on. He sets the defensive bombardment up over there, so as soon as Pop-Tarts tries to retreat from the aggressive push from Intel, they're running right into that Gibby ult. So very well played from Intel, a clean finish to the game, and a well-deserved second victory. Now in a moment here, I want to pull up another graphic for you guys, and I want to look at two of the top squads and how they've been performing here tonight. Obviously, one of them is Team Intel. They've got 2 wins under their belt. They've looked really strong. The other one is Team Pop-Tarts, a squad that is in the running to try and win tonight, but they're still going to have to make up a significant gap between themselves and Team Intel. You can see through 4 games, 30 kills for Intel, just 21 for Team Pop-Tarts. Each squad having at least 1 win, 2 for the side of Team Intel. And look at that average placement from Intel, 2.75 through 4 games. That is extremely strong from them, and also almost 2,000 damage average for the squad every game. So Intel looking really strong, but still this is a great night from Pop-Tarts. I have them, in fact, on my power rankings jumping up to number 4 in my power rankings ahead of Team Rockstar, despite them being lower than Rockstar in the standings, just because I felt like Pop-Tarts was just on the cusp of really starting to hit their stride this season. They were so close in so many instances over the last couple of weeks, and it seems like they are finally starting to clean some of those mistakes up, and they're grabbing wins because of it. Obviously, they don't get the win this game, but they still grab second place, still looked very strong, and you're going to be hard-pressed to beat Team Intel when they are really rolling in these games. But Pop-Tarts, I'm still very impressed with what I'm seeing from them right now. I really think they are starting to hit their stride, and definitely keep an eye out them as this season continues. Pringles Week is gonna keep rolling here. Just want to remind you guys one more time, we're doing an awesome giveaway. We got a ton of Pringles swag, even a little bit of some Razor stuff snuck in there for you folks. So if you guys want to get in on the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway in Twitch chat, we'll get you all the information that you need. We're going to another quick break. 2 more games remain here in open night on Pringles Week. Series E returns in a few.
Hey, it's me, Fury, and I'm about to try the original Pringles flavor. Oh, that's so good. It's always a nice classic and a little bit of nostalgia. It's like nice little salty flavor. It's so addicting. It's so good. Make sure you grab some original flavors like whenever you go to the store. It's perfect. If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Team Intel, just before the break, got their 2nd win of the evening and will be growing their lead. They were first place before game number 4, and now it's by how much. So let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see what kind of lead they're going to have heading into the next 2 games. So it's going to be a nice 18-point lead, so above Team Pop-Tarts right now. So they're not completely securing first place, as Team Pop-Tarts, along with Cheez-It, PSS, Rockstar, and Razor still have an opportunity. So Team Intel have to play consistently throughout games 5 and 6.
I think as long as skill case is in the game, they're going to be okay, Jamerson. So just, don't pull Baby Thule, don't lag out. No, I'm just kidding, Baby Thule. Should be okay. Honestly, I think I'm really impressed with the way that they're playing, and it's been consistent. It's been really well timed. All of the third parties have been really nicely done, and they take themselves out of tough positions and put themselves in really good positions, which is a sign of a great team.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4, as it is going to be the final push. And this is what we're talking about. Just dupe, setting this one up expertly, Tom.
Yep, the defensive bombardment timed well, and then they also just charged the bubble at the right time and point, and then to just smoothly execute this armor swap along the way so they can continue to hunt that last player down was a nice icing on the cake. So fairly easy execution there for Team Intel, but that just goes to show that they're experienced. If you make it look easy, it's really actually fairly difficult to win these games consistently and to be able to place first consistently as well. So you can see even the presence of mind to get the res and show respect to Z Davis. Z Davis was like, I'm not even going to heal. I'm just going to full send over here because I don't think I can win this fight. And rightfully so, Team Intel all waiting there as a full three-person squad. Again, getting that res in there too is really important. You never really know how things are going to go. So I like that they were taking it seriously, even though they knew they had a huge advantage.
Yeah, poor Sung, because he was trying to rat this one out for a while at that point. And he sees like all the people on the kill feed, and he's like, yes, I'm about to secure second, but somehow Z Davis stays alive. I think was able to use that passive coming out from the Valkyrie. But here we go, heading into game number 5. Team Intel currently in first place, 18-point lead over second place team. What we saw there, that second place is hotly contested, about 3 points separating a lot of our squads there. So it's still anyone's game. They are not safely in the money now, but with how they are playing, they are on track to secure first place. But here we go, heading into game number 5. Team 50-50. Intel can make it again. And we do have a 50-50, so it's going to be Brandon taking the fight up there. We'll see how much longer this takes place, but right now we're on board with Team Intel as they were able to secure this spot. They got 50-50 early on in the series, but it's over here at Fragment East as the fight is taking place. Ivan the Terrible getting thirsted off very shortly here. It's all up to crossover. Applejacks finding a great timing on this third party, and this is what I'm talking about. If you see these fights, you have to be able to take advantage really quickly.
Ooh. Look out. Gonna grab that banner right there, and it's like, oh, well, I'm sorry, Ivan. To be honest with you, I could only get one in that situation. I'm gonna have to be dipping out of here because that was a scary situation for crossover. And what's scary is going in over and getting a res towards No Name, too, because of the fact that you aren't going to be able to. You're going to have Team Pop-Tarts rotating from Overlook, and it's absolutely insane to go back for the second banner, but why not? You got to do it for the team, and got to try to get everybody back in this one if you are struggling on points and you're trying to catch up with Team Intel, as there are 3 teams now over towards this fragment side.
What happened? Applejacks came in for the third party, but they got wiped up by Team Airstream there. And so now Kupski is the left once again to rat this one out. It's not even going to be able to recover the banners of Blu-ray Smalls and 00 Negative there. So, oh man, that cannot be happening when you come in for the third party like that. Just an unforced error, really, for Applejacks. Team Pringles, though, up here at Refinery, getting themselves into a fight now. Fury has gone down. They've got the gold bag res along with the kill points to go with that. So Team Pringles keeping this one alive for themselves. Do have the ring revealing itself, and so we'll take a look at that in just a moment.
It's so funny. Every time you look at Team Pringles, they're just laughing, smiling, having a good time, talking about the fight that just happened. Not even really worried that there could be a potential third party coming up here at any given point in time, but they're having fun when you're playing it. You love to see it, especially during Pringles week. But, they're still a team, in my opinion, that could take first place. Yes, there is Team Intel sitting at the top, but like you were saying, Jamerson, that race after that is still pretty tight. And we've seen teams drop 30 points today. It's definitely capable. If you're able to pop off, you can do anything. So take a look at the zone. Another one fairly close towards Train, but this one is going to be probably favoring that lava fissure countdown side.
Yeah, so trying to find the position there can be hard. You do have, looks like Malice Mamba and Gibby holding down the north side of Countdown. As we join on board with Rice Krispie Treats, slow playing this one, trying to take, actually, no, they have a fight ahead of them. You can see Nemusona now pushing up. Even though he's got the white armor, you know that they might be in a spot that leaves them a bit vulnerable. One underneath the platform, one on top of the platform as well, as he gets the crack at least. I want to continue chasing here, but no, they decide to back up off of this one instead. Surprising. Unless they're going to go for the balloon on top of them. No, they won't. I don't understand why they didn't decide to probably take this fight. They have plenty of time to work with.
They're just trying to disappoint you, Jamerson, to be honest with you. Just, there's probably some sort of plan based on the zone, right? It's not that far away from them, right? It's further if you're going to have to go from other parts of the map, but they could be thinking positioning, right? It could be a brutal zone for them. They could have struggled with getting into the zone there, and they always could gatekeep a little bit later, so that could be the thought process that they're doing. So Rice Krispie Treats doesn't want to hunt them down too much. Again, it is zone 1. I know exactly what you're thinking. That is such a secluded fight that they could execute on that one. A lot of different reasons to say no to that one, but they are getting rotated in front of. So you could see that that team did take the balloon out, and that could have been the move. I mean, if they're going to rotate Jamerson, they should have hit that right in the bounce pad into the balloon.
Yeah, now they're running into territory where more teams might actually still be around. Here's Team Asurus. They're actually slow rotating around, riding the edges over by launch site now. Pop-Tarts trying to hold down Survey Camp, but Lion took a lot of damage and had to back off. Z Davis is here, though, as he's got the angle set up, hitting for the purple early on. Arcstar's out, but he's forced back himself to heal up now. Defensive bombardment has been used, forcing Pop-Tarts even further back. And Z Davis actually gets tagged by one. Luckily for him, though, he'll be able to move midair with that passive and heal on the go, as they do get scanned up from behind. So Pop-Tarts can just go ahead and give up this high ground position as Exile is getting chased down now. And now it might be Team Airstream on their heels. Z Davis is going to be forced to back off and heal up.
Yeah, and he does have a battery, though, so that's going to be A-okay. And doing it while you're sliding down the hill makes it that much easier and seamless to work in there with your movement, obviously. Is Rockstar, we hop on board with them and see that they actually have a fairly decent position over here. We've seen these positions locked down a lot. There is a lot of real estate to go and kind of cover. So it's a little bit keep your head on the swivel type of play, but as soon as these fights start flying in, it gets absolutely crazy. Big kill potential, big end game potential over towards the spot for Rockstar.
Yeah. Holding one of the more enviable positions over here inside Countdown for now, but we know that a lot of the action is taking place currently on the outskirts of the ring. And so it might be slow goings, but there's still 18 teams alive, so plenty of kill point opportunities for them playing out of this position. You can see right now, though, Team Asurus somehow find themselves in a fight over at launch site. There's still a team hanging out here. They might have been surprised to find that one out. Nano getting some decent shots off with that wingman as Aj is trying to push forward. We'll go ahead and hit one syringe before he continues to push. Nano is going to be forced to heal himself. They go ahead and push with that bubble. Good connects there with the massive. Another one. And they wipe them out. So Team Asurus will get the +3 over here.
Very nicely done. I mean, those massive shots were so clean. Not only that, kind of doing it with the movement and maneuvering while kind of head glitching and making it very difficult to hit the body. Some really nice just map movement, tracking, everything. Teamwork coming out from Asurus, making that, again, look easy. Not as easy as it looks, y'all. That was just very well executed.
Now, it's going to be slow for them, as can't imagine too many other teams are actually in the area, but it is just Zone 1, so they'll be able to slowly heal out throughout all of this. Rice Krispie Treats have moved a bit more into the zone now. They're on the south side of Lava Fissure, and they're holding down the building there. They do have a team across the ways that was shooting across, so it's just going to be a lot of poking and prodding for the time being. No one really needing to actually make a move right now. And so Rice Krispie Treats, they should be working on getting their purple Evo shields for themselves. Lightstar Joe currently sitting 140 damage away from that, and he's got the wingman, so 3-4 taps can do it for him. Aim for the 45 there, just like that. It's a few more, and he will have that ready for himself. Let's go ahead and swap around and see where all the other teams are. Let's check in with a lot of our squads, especially with a squad like Team Intel.
Would be interesting. Also, I don't know what Rice Krispie Treats is thinking in terms of the zone, but there is a small probability of it pulling over here, right? They understand, okay, we have to make our way over towards Law Fisher, we have to make our way over towards Countdown, but I do love the idea of Pings continuing to advance on that side of the map. That's where their thought, that's where their eyes need to be, that's where they need to put their focus on, and they need to start kind of bullying their way towards that backhand side. Because if it doesn't pull over towards this house, there's really no reason to be here. That's going to be the spot that you need to rotate towards. So getting armor checks, understanding how good that team is, what type of legends they're playing, all valuable information going forward in this game.
Bubble out there from Team Pringles now as they have a team trying to push their building to have the bubble from the other side, and the Beast the Hunt has been popped by Presley, giving him those additional scans at the very least. Waiting out the defensive bombardment for the time being is Phony. Tried to take the roof, and we will in just a moment. But oh boy,
Skill.
Team Intel has spotted out Team Cheez-It, and they have not been able to find their footing once again. After that monstrous game number 2, Team Cheez-It have just not been able to find the same kind of momentum that they had there. And so now Moss is going to be forced to try and rat this one out. We'll see if he can come back for those banners, but you have to imagine Team Intel will be more than okay with just continuing to banner camp here on the south side of the zone.
Looks like they're going to dip out and leave that one because they're not even confident he may come back for that, actually, as Fury gets the knock there onto Rickle Pick. And wow, he's going to finish him off that quickly. What a team fight from Team Pringles. Is that the same team that thought they could go over towards the building and run away? Because Team Pringles hunted him down so fast, there was zero chance of getting into Skyhook. And Pringles, while this zone is starting to move, they have to think about where they're going to go, right? They have to make their way all the way through Skyhook. This zone is not even close to where they're at.
Yeah, they've got 6 seconds before the zone starts closing up, but they have been continuously playing on the edge, finally now finding some action at the very least over the Skyhook. They do have 2 options here. They can try to go to the north side countdown, or they can commit into the tunnel. And it looks like they're going to try to go north side countdown. There's still a portion of Skyhook in. You can see about 2, maybe that 3rd building is in on the northern side. But it's Team Razor that are trying to back away off of this one. They lost out on Hackula to another team, I believe. And so Team Pringles might be looking for the 3rd party in this engagement.
Yeah, unfortunate that Hackula dropped. This has been one of the slower games for Razor. They've been looking for action. They just haven't been able to find it. And we've seen them over towards that Skyhook side. So teams have been doing the dance around them. And eventually Hackula gets picked because they've been just searching and searching for the kills that they just could not find. So still plenty of time for this zone to close, and they can get in there and possibly grab it. But at the same time, where do you pop this one off at? You can't really afford to do that one in the zone. It's going to be tough. There's too many teams around. They're going to be gatekeeping, and they'll just be waiting for you to get to that building. It's really what you can do is have a presence, and that's what Zeratricky's thinking. Maybe I can get a knock. Maybe I can open some things up and hopefully find a mobile respawn beacon to get Hackula back into this game.
Yeah, Thule needs to heal up as well, as he was the one that ran into the ring to recover that. And this squad is trying to set up a crossfire onto Razor. The scan does come out. They know it's a duo for sure, but oh boy, Zeratricky took so much damage there. Maybe Thule answers back, but he's left in a 1v2, and he will not be able to survive. Nestle picked that one up. Instant armor swap thrown down for Gibby as well, and might as well. He's already sitting on that, was sitting on a cracked blue. Doesn't realize there's a full shield right there next to him. Finally does pick it up, and so it will be able to maintain that. It looks like Team Pringles decided to dip out of this engagement and took that southern tunnel, and so they'll be playing the eastern side. Taking a look at the next ring, though, this one's pulling away from Countdown, and so might be going over towards that Lava Fissure side that we saw, I believe, from Rice Krispies earlier.
That'd be amazing for Rice Krispies if it pulls over there, because that's a tough prediction to do, and I thought that was just a spot where they felt like it was a desperate spot to go and play because it was the only thing that was open. But holy cow, desperate play, or just psycho play. I'm not sure what this is. Gordo flying in here. EVA 8 charge rifle. Yeah, this guy's nuts.
Oh boy, but they were disconnected. And now Gordo is the only one left alive for his squad. The jump pad just to get some safety for Brandon at the very least. But for now, we'll see if he can try and recover his teammates. Doesn't have the bubble for another 12 seconds, but as soon as it does, watch him drop down and get that res. You can see there's another squad behind them. They were not able to secure that. Getting some decent damage off at the very least there, putting some fear into him, trying to secure that thirst. Almost got that knock shield gone as well. And so maybe he does secure the thirst first, but it looks like that person might have been able to make it behind the stairs. No, as Gordo realizes he needs to get his teammates up now.
Yeah, Gordo, I know how bad you wanted that kill. Honestly, bro, I wouldn't have been mad at you if you finished that. Your teammates, they could wait, okay? Gotta get... No, I'm just kidding. Definitely want to get those guys back up as soon as possible and reset there, especially when you're on the edge of the zone. And that's a great job. Gordo with the presence. Gordo with the absolute crazy play, just flying in there with the EVA 8, switching on over the charge rifle. That was really fun to watch. But now we go back on board where the zone is going to pull, and we do get a good idea of that one. It is favoring over towards the lava fissure side. Is it going to be that building? I don't know. If so, hats off to Rice Krispie Treats for that one.
Yeah, it could end on the train tracks to the southeast. But right now, Clone Force 32 going to look to gatekeep this squad and find themselves inside lava fissure proper here. And so you might as well, as you're left in this situation now. We do have, it looks like, a number of fights taking place currently. Malice Mom getting the knock onto Hambino. That's taking place once again back over at Train Yard. It's going to be bot squad, though, that are looking to come in for the third party now. Haven't found anything quite yet. Arcstar is out, forcing Arc back. And Agirol is going to take the moment to slow heal through this one as well. The zone has closed, and we have the ring pulling all the way out into that, basically like that small mountain on the train tracks as Team Pringles finish off Kimchi Lee. And so they're actually on the north side right now. They were able to actually cut off the teams on the rotate. But now they're the ones that have to deal with this next move. You can see a lot of open field for them to deal with, and they're getting shot at with the longbow from the long range. But it looks like they should be safe for the time being with this cover they were able to find. Another team running up behind them, though. Now they have to return their focus. Great shots out from Fury, though. Put a little fear into that, but the nades force them out of position now as the scan comes out from the other side. You have the jump pad if they want to try and get really aggressive onto it, but they need to wipe out the defensive bombardment here. Looks like there's not going to be any connects because there's just too much cover from the rocks above. Nades out from either side as the bubble has been used. Presley took a lot of damage trying to push up now, but we can see how they bubble fight. They've lost out on two. It's all up to Fury here. Forced to reload. He's got the G7 scout out. Takes out turns and tries to secure a thirst at the very least. But now he's getting pushed. Bot squad coming in for the third party to clean it all up.
Unlucky there for Team Pringles. Again, they've been putting themselves in great positions. The execution's been pretty nice. I love the way that Fury was playing that one, like you were talking about, Jamerson. Really good scout shots. Everything was looking so solid, but just the third, fourth parties coming in as expected. I mean, this zone has a lot of teams in it. There's not many places to play. We've seen a lot of buildings in the previous games. Not this one. This one's just straight out in the open.
Right now, Team Intel are basically on the verge of just completely clinching it in game number 5. As they've picked up, I want to say, a good 6, maybe 7 kill points throughout so far, and they've hit top 9. And so they should be able to grow this lead. Team Cheez-It's still in it. Mollis was never able to recover Finicky or Golden, so he's going to be on the Tomcat Rat Camp now. See if he can find a nice spot here just on the edge of the zone, but you can see how perilous it is. He does have that cover to work with. The bot squad find themselves in trouble as it looks like PSS push up. But with the help of, it looks like quite possibly Team Intel, they do survive for now. Beast of the Hunt's going to get popped by Arc, but it doesn't matter as Team Intel have the priority on the zone. They've got the angle set up, and they got the knock onto IB. Nifty. It's going to be the 1v3 as Team Intel are looking so strong once again into the late game. It's 6 squads left, 10 players left. How many rats do we have still alive as Mollis has just gone down himself? Fury is one of them, but he's going to be the exterminator looking for this rat by himself with the EVA 8 shots, gets the connects, takes out Malice Mamba, and now we're down to the top 5. But it's 9 players left. There's should be, what, another rat still surviving throughout all of this.
Yeah, we need the rat slash button. I'm not happy until I see that rat get slashed out of here, okay? Gotta hit up Tomcat, get the rat out of here, or just hit Fury up. He'll eat it like a Pringle.
And I think it's going to be Rice Krispies. I think Clinical It's off to the side. He's not too far off from the Pringles rat. And so we might have another extermination there. As you can see, Z Davis himself is also ratting things out for his squad. So Z Davis, Fury, and Clinical. We have 3 rats alive in this final end game. It's going to be a 3v3v. Well, all the rats. Z Davis is actually getting pushed now. He's the first one to go down very shortly. We'll see if he can survive. He's trying his best. He finds an off angle to actually play off of, so he might actually survive.
And nothing worse than we have a flying rat at your house. I don't know if you guys ever had those. It depends on where you're from, honestly. Elm Street in New York had flying rats.
Oh my god. Oh, he doesn't even want to. I don't know if he's just out of heals or if he just doesn't want to make any noise. He's been scanned up, and here come the nades. He will go down along with Clinical. So Fury is our final rat left. It's going to be a 3v3v1. The Team Intel looking to do it back to back, win a 3rd game for the day, and they're in excellent position to do so. They have priority on the ring. They've got them pinned down, and they've got lasers in the hands of Dupe right now. Defensive bombardment has been used. He got to connect onto one. It's a full push into the bubble for Team Intel to finish off game number 5. They've got the knocks. They're going to be able to secure the kills, and this is a massive game for them. They have at least 11 kill points, about to pick up 2 more here to finish things off. And it's Fury surviving ultimately into the top 2, but it's Team Intel basically securing their win for the day.
What a job by Team Intel. Good job by Fury. Actually, Fury ended up with the kill lead when it was all said and done, so really props to him for ratting it out and picking up not only second, but the kill lead too. Not easy to do. Intel, though, it's been their day all day today, and you can see why, right? Everything's unloading, and Dupe, his shots, his tracking with the R301 is just top notch right now. He's double 1 clipping in the game before that. At that point, he's not ripping for anybody less than 150, 160, which is what you want to see out of your Gibby.
3 out of 5 games played today have been won by Intel, and so they'll have an incredibly immense, comfortable lead heading into game number 2. We're going to take one more break before we head into that, though, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
I've been playing Apex Legends since day 1, and what originally got me into it, there wasn't really any game that had movement similar to Apex. There wasn't any game that I could climb up a wall or jump off a wall onto another wall, grapple 100 meters in the air, around, come back. I think just the movement in Apex drew me into it from other games such as Call of Duty, Fortnite. So really it's the movement.
Nice to see so many early fights because you can see how hungry they are for placement and kills.
Here we go. Finding out the lone Gibraltar, they will be able to get the knock onto Zim. There's one player.
So me personally, I like to think of myself as a fragger, but for the team, I'm definitely the support player. And pretty much, I just kind of feed off of whatever energy Phony or Fury have. And if I see them making an aggressive play, usually I'm on Gibraltar. So just having that second line of defense, backing up your teammates, really lets your teammates have confidence in any of the fights that you're about to be taking.
Not able to clear the drone. It looks so close, those shots, but good team fire as they turn around onto Exit.
My favorite champion is probably Bloodhound, just because of how quick he is in his ultimate. And then my favorite guns would have to be the Flatline and Charge Rifle.
Smack dab in the middle of the zone. What?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you that one is a change in playstyle. That one is just questionable straight up.
Getting to play with Phony and Fury every week, it's really fun. We don't really play with each other that much outside of Esports Arena, so just knowing that no matter how long away from each other that we are, we can always just come back at any time, and it's just like nothing's ever changed. It's like we've been friends forever, and they're just really good guys, and yeah, I wouldn't trade them for anything. If you're ever hungry while gaming, or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, folks, welcome back. Yeso here, Game 5, all done, and Team Intel coming out with the back-to-back dubs. Big performance from Duplex and the squad as they just keep rolling. I'm not exactly sure how the points break down here after that game, but I know that Intel is just a stone's throw from 100 points on the night with one game to go. This has been, even without having seen the final game, the best single night performance we've seen from any of our partnered squads in this young season, and Intel showing up. I talked about it earlier. This is a team trying to jump over Team Razor and show that they are the favorites to win this season, and this is the kind of performance that you need to make a statement in this league. So let's check out our player of the game for this one. It was back-to-back for Skittle Cakes for the 2 Intel wins so far, but Verholst gets on there as well. 6 kills, 6 assists, over 1,400 damage. And it's really been, to be clear, a team effort top to bottom today for Team Intel. Everybody is getting great kills. I believe it was 6, 6, and 4 for the total kills for each of these members, each of the members of Team Intel in this game, for a total of 16 kills. So again, team effort from Intel. They're looking really strong and really showing that when they are firing on all cylinders, they are a crazy threat here in Series E. So a fantastic run from them today. They look pretty much locked up to grab first place tonight, and that's a ton of momentum going into tomorrow. They've been very, very good, very consistent on the first 2 pro nights we've seen this season, and this is the kind of performance on an open night that you want to have and carry over into the toughest competition you will see all season, because tomorrow is where all the chips are on the table. You've got G2 trying to make it 3 in a row, TSM looking to get their first pro night win, and then you've got all these partner squads trying to really make a statement, and Intel is setting themselves up for success right now. So it's going to be extremely difficult to go into tomorrow and win 3 games, but Intel's showing that they are a strong contender right now, and they're looking to keep things rolling. So great performance from them as they look for one more game to cap off an impressive performance tonight. Do want to remind you guys, if you guys want to get some Esports Arena swag, maybe you want to grab a Pringles jersey like I'm wearing here, or maybe you're an Intel fan and want to grab one of theirs or any of our Esports Arena merch, head over to shop.esportsarena.com and you can use promo code Pringles at the end to get 15% off your order this week. So shop.esportsarena.com. That does it for game number 5. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, our final game of open night here during Pringles Week up next.
Hey, what's up? I'm Fury, and the only thing crispier than my shots are the original Pringles.
Now, will they win? That's a different story. Because it's Fury left alive. He's the one that's got to clutch this out. The bodies are being claimed so perfectly that it's so hard to find that ultimately.
If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. As we did have Team Intel taking game number 5, and so that's 3 wins for them. And at this point, no one should be able to stop them unless we have like a monstrous 30-40 point game out from our second place squad. Speaking of our second place squad, we got to find out who that is. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is closest. Maybe trying to contest up. Never mind. Nope.
Yeah, good luck.
That's a 42-point lead that Team Intel now have over Team Pop-Tarts, Tom.
We have not seen that in this season, and we've only seen it, I believe, once before. And in terms of hitting 100 points, that's only happened, what, 2 times, 3 times? What's the record, 106, 107?
I'm not even sure at this point.
I think it is. I think it is. And back in the day, we also used to do 8 games. We used to do 8 games too. So even seeing 100 points over 8 games was super rare. To do it in 6 is phenomenal if Team Intel is able to do it. I want to see him do it. I love seeing records broken. I think 110 or somewhere around there is a record, and I think that they're going to be able to do it. But who's going to play for second too? Let's find that out, because that race is super close.
It definitely is. Pop-Tarts are currently in the lead, but it's only a 6-point lead over Pringles and PSS. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, though, of game number 5, it's got to be Team Intel. No, it's Pringles actually taking this fight, but I believe this one turned sour pretty quickly. It's still a good push ultimately, though, for them. The third party, I'm trying to remember who it was. I want to say maybe it was Airstream. I don't quite remember, but it was Bot Squad that came in for this one, and they pick up a lot of these kills. But the game state was so weird. We haven't seen this circle in a while.
That did go sour pretty quickly, but remember, throughout all this, Fury escapes, right? So he had 8 kills when the game ends. So look at this. He has 2 at this point, I believe. So he was either 6 or 8. I can't remember, but he picks up a handful more after this. So that's just a really good job in general. I mean, putting the bounce pad down, getting the finishes as well, really nicely done, because that could have been it, and they could have ended up not picking up all those extra points. And keep in mind, there is an overall race that's happening here too for getting into season 4, keeping your cumulative points. All of that really matters, so you don't have to go through the relegation. We've seen that time and time again. We've seen really good teams end up not being able to make it into Series E, and then when the relegations come, you don't really know how that's going to go. And the process is tough. Making it in to Series E is definitely not easy, but it's there's space, there's time for it, but you have to be able to make the space and time for it too, and you have to put in that work. So one team that's putting in work obviously today is Team Intel. Keep in mind, they are a new team into Series Z. They were not here in season 1 and in season 2. That was Six's team before that, who I believe is on Ghost Gaming now. So this is a new Intel roster that is looking even stronger than the previous Intel roster that finished in 4th place overall and barely just snuck in.
Yeah, very important to note, because we hadn't even seen Verhulst, right? The first time we saw him was through qualifiers for season 3, along with Skittle Cakes, really. So huge, really moment for them here in Series E. If they can continue to do this, they'll kind of cement their legacy, I think, and secure an extremely strong spot heading into the end of the season, possibly into season 4 of Series Z. And important to note, though, Fury's play, being able to survive throughout all of this, got them, I believe he was the one that survived until the end as that rat. So that was a huge MVP moment for them. Like you said, cumulative points will matter. So those individual game-to-game plays will have outstanding consequences later on. And so great presence of mind for him to just play for the rest of the game. I mean, it's a skill set in and of itself to be able to try and rat these out in these games.
And you're seeing this more and more where there's the bubble fights happening, and then the thermite gets placed on the outside of the bubble. It's very basic play, but break that down a little bit more. Why do you do that? Well, that's just to zone them back into the bubble even more. So if he tosses a thermite over towards the left, they can't walk out that way. And if he stays on the outside of the bubble, all he has to do is just keep his EVA 8 shot out onto the outside. So once they decide that they want to strafe out, that's just a really easy lineup for him. So a lot of times people think that your aim really comes down to where you are tracking and how fast you can track. But if you can make little plays to position yourself in a really good spot, make it so you have minimal movement, either your mouse or in your thumbsticks, then that's how you're able to pick up a lot of kills like that. And Intel, man, they're Not quite sure what this team's thinking. Dropping over towards Sorting Factory, not a good idea.
Yeah, no one told Skittlecakes that this wasn't arenas apparently. He was rocking that L-Star and was actually doing some decent damage with it. But Team Intel now 3 points away from cresting 100 points overall. I mean, with that +3, I mean, it's basically just non-factor. There's absolutely no way. It's a 45-point lead already now that they have up against second place. So we get a look. Man, the ring has been favoring this train yard area this time around, though. It looks like it should be, well, it could be a staging ending, but Hot Springs is more than likely where teams are going to want to hole up for the most part. No teams moving quite yet. As you can see, a lot of teams are still in their drop area. So the rotations are coming a little bit slow in this game.
And one of the things that would be good is that building that Rice Krispies was in before, right below the FI and Fissure and Lava Fissure on top of that train tracks. We all know that building right there. So that has that great overlook over towards Hot Springs. Sometimes it ends directly down below you on that ramp. But then as long as you clear your back out over towards that Lava Fissure side, really no one can mess with you, and you can keep all that action in front of you. So we'll see how teams want to play this one. Most likely a lot of teams will get down into the buildings too and start setting up. Another team will hold the high ground on top of where the zip line is, and all that area where Mirage Voyage used to be is really big real estate as well.
Yeah, Rockstar creeping up, or at least Hambino is. Gets a nice upgrade onto that flat line at the very least to make him a bit more deadly, but it seems like they were not able to lurk for that one kill. There is someone behind them, though. Team Pringles, we saw them in this fight in game number 5. Now as the nades do come out, they've got them cornered, and this can be so difficult to fight out of as Team Pringles, they have plenty of time to work with. There's a minute before the zone even starts closing, and that first ring is pretty slow. It's a full slide down from the team. Pony's the first one to fall now, but you do have Presley answering back, taking out one. Fury drops back because he is a little bit low and has to go for quite possibly the res now, and he will. The res has come through from the other side, and it's going to be a 3v2 until Phony comes back up, but it's about how many heals they're able to pick up, and this Octane has proved to be very difficult to deal with. Presley juking all the nades somehow, and he takes minimal damage throughout all of that. Pringles will take a moment to go for the reset, though, before they go for a second try at this push.
I thought Presley was about to be a table tennis ping pong over there for a second. I don't know if you guys ever watched how they stare at the ball for like 5 seconds really close before they hit it. I was staring at Presley like that, thinking he was about to eat a grenade, but look at that. He flies through, takes down Kenji, and now they have a huge advantage up here. Oh, no, gets answered right back. As Phony took a little bit too much, and Flying Gibby comes out of nowhere. Now it's up to Fury in a 2 versus 1. Now a 1 versus 1. Gonna need to use the knockdown shield. That player sends it. One more shot's all it's gonna take. And those wingman shots looking crispy like a Pringle.
Ooh, yeah. Hits the hip fire there. Worked out extremely well for them. I mean, he was at the HP disadvantage, right? When the slide came out, he had to go through the shields, basically the full blue shield. And he does clutch that one up. You can see, this is what I love about watching Team Pringles. They're always in good spirits, regardless of what happens. They can get third-partied, and they'll die, and they still have smiles on their faces. So great competitors, strong players individually. Great team to watch as well. As, oh my goodness, we're already at 15 squads, Tom.
Yeah, this is, game 6 things. People are ready to maybe get some ranked RP or some snacks or something like that. I've ate twice since we've started, to be honest with you, so who knows what they're thinking at this point. They're like, all right, no one's catching a Team Intel. Let's speed this thing up.
Yeah, I'm in the race for second at this point for about 4 or 5 squads. Here's Bot Squad. That almost put an end to Team Pringles in the last game. We're not able to finish them off as IB Nifty takes a lot of damage from that high ground spot. He's stuck out on a rock by himself, but Eggy Roll is going to go ahead and join him with that jump pad in case he might need that bubble from him. But it looks like IB Nifty will be safe. That team will not push off of this. Here's Team Intel, though, making their way through Geyser now.
This is a part of the map. I forgot this part. Sorry, Jamerson. I forgot this part of the map even existed. I haven't seen it yet today.
Yeah, I forgot there was even a vault in there, and it looks like Team Intel, they weren't actually looking for the kills. Maybe they were just trying to get the loot off the vault, but here they go. They find themselves in a fight. They have separated out the Gibraltar. No dome has been used quite yet as the team now reconnects here. It's all about playing off these doors. Here comes the pre-fire. Elstar on the other side. Skittlecakes isn't worried about that, as he's going to force him, get the crack onto the Jibby, and now they are trying their best to retreat. Verhul's on the hunt. Arcstar to slow them down, but they do not take damage until that happens. So now they are slowed down a bit. I'm surprised that no one tried to at least cover that door as the loop-de-loop happens from the other team.
Wow.
But it doesn't matter. Dupe, once again, the R301, he's been favoring it all day long. You can see exactly why Team Intel have no chill whatsoever in this fight. We'll take him out. Cheez-It, they'll find themselves in a fight down here at Tree, and it's going to be an easy one as Team Asuras gets wiped out with no traded kills.
One of our more solid open teams going against Cheez-It, who has the record for most points today in a game. Surprisingly, you would think it would be Team Intel, but it was actually Cheez-It, I believe, in game number 3 that was doing it big. But we got to talk about Dupe and that R301, which his shots with the R301 have been better than anybody with any single gun today. Every time, again, you're looking at him, he's hitting for over 100 damage. He's not afraid, and he's not getting out-traded. I mean, you're going to get into Gibby. He always has a really good mag, and the tracking is just really on point. So Dupe, definitely an MVP for the team today, and there's a reason why they're doing so well.
Yeah, that R301, it's been my favorite gun since Season 1. Spitfire Season 1 was actually incredible as well. But right now, it's Bot Squad finding themselves in a fight over here at staging. They do have a team stuck on the tracks, but they drop down to the low, giving that one up. And so Nifty will push up. Charge Rifle EVA 8 for the Octane. You gotta imagine, a bit strange, but we'll see if it can make it work.
Yeah, 2 shotguns. One shoots longer than other, I guess. But it looks like Razor sends it in, gets stuck throughout all of this, going to be able to heal. And also gets the flush throughout all of that. I'm just Gibby. So nice job from Razor clearing out this sniper tower, which we saw Team Pringles play in game number 1 as the zone ended over towards the train station side. 2 train endings, one over kind of towards Countdown Lava Fisher, and another one kind of ending over towards Hot Springs. 4 out of 6 games with zones fairly close to one another. So kind of tough on our competitors landing on that south side of the map, on that east side of the map. But Team Razor, they've been on that south side of them, or on that north side of the map, and have been doing fairly well today. This is the first time we've seen them not play really hard edge and actually get into the zone to try to do some gatekeeping inside the zone.
Yeah, they didn't like the positions they found themselves in the first 5 games. For now, going to be a little bit more active, especially in this game state. We're down to 12 squads, 34 players. There's a rat running around as well. And so, you know, it makes finding these fights, you got to find them inside the circle now, as you have to imagine that most of the edge fights have already ended. And so you're not going to find the people there. As you can see, they're handing around the guns to try and evolve, the armors to try and evolve them up. Lion is going to be on the charge rifle duty or the sniper duty for his squad. Looks like Popstar, though, still having a fun time throughout all of this, even though they find themselves basically in one of the best spots for this ring as it continues to pull over here to Hot Springs.
They've been doing really well, and they've got a really great landing spot. They're going Overlook. They're getting that no name as well. Picking up a lot of loot for Z Davis with double options to scan. That's always really big because we know that the beacons aren't always 100%, no matter what. Even if you're going over towards the fragment side, they're not going to be 100%. Thermal, not really 100% either. So it's good because we've seen Lion in the past when he was on Team Applejacks struggle to get a landing spot. And, I've teamed with Lion, I've teamed with Z Davis, so it's nice to see them putting things together and getting on a team, and hopefully continue to have some success here in Series E as Team Cheez-It is locking down another really good spot. This is where we saw, unfortunately, things crumbled for them in game number 2 when they pushed this Dorito building as a 5th party and got taken out. I believe, who was the team that took them out in that instance? Whoever that was on fire that game.
I think it was 6XZs might have been that squad from that game. Yeah. They were the one that were about to get 4th or 5th party themselves, but were able to survive that one. A Team Cheez-It now just holding down the height. They have a number of teams around them, one inside staging proper, but going to be a lot of long-range fighting between these teams so far. As you can see, you got at least 2 ARs on the squad with the Flatline, along with that R301, and so they can afford to take these trades. They have plenty of ammo behind it, but with all the fighting taking place early on in the game, things should be slowing down here, and that's exactly what's happening. We do have a fight, though. It looks like Team Razor up at Countdown. Have a team just below them. Hakulo does need to heal up. Never mind. Baby Tula getting the knock onto Stomps, and now they're going to push forward.
Wow.
They'll finish off PSS.
They didn't even need Zeratricky except for a last-minute shotgun to the face. It's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, guys, I did so much that fight. Where's my pat on the back? Actually, I'll just take your loot instead. And Team Razor continuing to heat up in this game as we had a fairly fast game. But Intel's picking up some more kills as well. And guess what? It's going to be Dupe with the R301, Jamerson.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've already secured the 100 points at this point. It's now how much more they can get. And will they be able to get 4 out of 6 wins tonight? That would be unheard of so far as the ring does close in on Team Razor, but they really are not running into much difficulty getting in now. It's Team Pringles, though, playing over at the train tunnels now, as it looks like, are they deciding to just walk around to the south side through the mine pass? Looks like that's what they're going to do. 6xZs, though, in a fight with Team Cheez-It right now.
Someone's got the keys to the Jeep. Vroom, vroom. They're going to go in there and get some extra loot, as Cheez-It is going to be eliminated there, as Rice Krispie Treats is looking for the third party. Arcstar in hand. 3 boxes stacked on top of one another. They were definitely close as they were going down.
Yeah, playing a game of Jenga.
I love you, man. I love you too, man. All right, let's just stand right next to each other.
All right, Rice Krispie Treats. It's been a slow day for them. They haven't been able to find much and get much going at all. But this time around, it looks like they've at least hit top 9. They have options for this rotate. They can either try to continue to stay on this side or just play that choke to the west if a team isn't there already. That can be difficult, but it looks like they're just setting up for the next fight. A lot of Ultimate Excels going down. You can see Clinical and Lightstar Joe picking those up for themselves. Another Ultimate Excel. What are you, Nemusona? Are you like Watson here? Like, why are you holding on to so many?
Literally the Watson for his team as they now start to make the road. Oh, wait, just got to pick up some more loot. Hold on, I'll be right back. There's more Alt Excels. Hold up. Okay, cool. Grab all
Actually,
that. Really, the most important.
Excel on the ground.
I know, what the heck? Someone needs to grab that. Start using that. The most important thing right now is utility. See grenades, grabbing those grenades. Having 2 or 3 in these type of instances are absolutely huge. Is that a rat over towards the side? Oh, hello, there's a person that's shooting you over towards the side.
Okay, so he's just going to go ahead and take the forward position. It's a full 3-man actually ahead of them now, and he's got an excellent angle to set up as the focus is on both Clinical and Lightstar Joe in the middle of nowhere now. Drop down into it, and it's going to be Vorhals to get the knock, and it's going to be the entire squad actually getting wiped off. Team Intel. What was that?
Intel's so good, they're hiding in the open, and teams don't even see him.
They're just I don't understand how they even got there. I would not have expected that to be Team Intel, because I believe the last time we saw them over by Geyser, right?
Yeah, but the thing is they hit a double bounce pad and he had a grenade in his hand and didn't even see the player on his screen. Fortunately, we have the player outlines right there, but literally hiding out into the middle of the open. If they could have saw that, or at least anything, that would have gave them much more information and they would have been more worried about the surroundings. Instead, Intel playing that one like a lower tier team. Not gonna lie, they kind of hid like they were scared. They popped out and then they just collapsed immediately. A pretty unorthodox play from such a skilled team, but it worked out for them, and they're trying to set the record, so why not?
Yeah. Team's in the way, though. Team Razor, we've been able to see them do some great stuff throughout the day, but it has been, of course, the Intel show. And there's a squad below them, so they've got to be careful in how they approach this fight. You can see a lot of teams actually in the area, surrounding areas, and they have to deal with a squad that's inside of a building. If there's a way to just try and get past them, or will they be forced to actually take the engagement inside? Team Pringles, one of the teams in the area here on the eastern side of the zone. Oni, with that charge rifle, has plenty of shots, is only 300 damage away from getting that red Evo for himself. It is going to be a Hot Springs ending smack dab right there in the middle of Hot Springs.
This is old school zone. I'm sure a lot of players have seen this one, whether you've played ranked or scrims, tournaments, whatever that is Phony's going to be locking things down with the defensive bombardment. A lot of times that calls for an opposite defensive bombardment. You have to answer that one back, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Unfortunately, didn't toss it as far as would liked, and that's going to cost a little extra damage and potentially some kills that are going to skedaddle away. But they do take this positioning over towards the platform where the bins are. Pretty common place to hold. They'll be working around the bubble that is going to be used eventually when that zone does start to close here in 30 seconds. So nice job just having great positioning, great presence on the map right now for Team Pringles.
Team Intel, though, are trying to make a push onto Razor right now as we are still on board with Team Pringles. Phony is desperately trying to get the last 8 damage, and there we go. He gets it with the charge rifle connect at the end. Finish that one off. We do have, it looks like, a Valk redeploy taking place right now. The charge rifle would be perfect for this one, as he only has the 3XO, unfortunate, but he's going to wait until they're a little bit closer, wait for them to land. They get behind cover. So a risky redeploy, but they get safe behind that at the very least. Now Team Pringles, they're in a decent spot. They're on some height, and they have cover to play off of as Oni continuing to be a nuisance with this charge rifle.
He's waiting for someone else to respond with a long-range weapon too, and you know what? Screw it. We're just going to eat that grenade. Well done. You're not going to place me out of my position. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. That's why grenades are so useful, as you place it down hoping that you could push someone out. And wow, what a psycho. Not going to use the bubble throughout all this. Going to save it. Understanding how important that bubble actually is. If it goes down, all eyes are going to be on them in the middle of the map. So going to wait to the very last second, because there's enough time to get a full heal off, whether that's a med kit and some cells and a battery, whether that's a Phoenix kit. That thing will last long enough while you got that speedy heal inside of it to pull off some serious plays. As Team Intel gonna have to pull off a play. Defensive bombardment is in the vicinity for him. That's gonna connect onto Volhurst as well. Tuli's gonna get the knock as well. Now it's only up to Skittlecakes with a battery in hand. I don't think that Team Razor is gonna let Skittlecakes escape.
He's going to try his best, though, as he moves on in, mirroring this Wraith. Arcstar out, narrowly missing there, but he gets some decent damage off. Gets the knock and finish on to Malice Mamba, securing top 5 for his team. Decide maybe take the port back, I don't know.
Hey, is there a port around you guys? Can you guys do you guys see a portal near you? Can you take that?
Mobile respawn beacon. You think he actually gets this one off? This would actually be amazing if he could, but Team Intel now basically back on the ropes as Skittlecakes needs to try and secure his squad. Up top, though, it's Team Razor, who have perfect vision across all of Hot Springs here. Trying to pick up a lot of kills, but it looks like it's been Applejacks that have been picking up a lot of these. Aculo did go down to that Kraber, so now the fear of the Kraber have been put into them, as Fury has somehow survived throughout all of this still.
Are they rezzing? Is Skittlecakes rezzing below? There's a bubble in use now. Oh my goodness. God. The intel, the slaughter continues. Finds a turbocharger all of a sudden out of there too, just for surviving. Skittlecakes going huge. That 1v1 was big time. And now they're back in this game in the best building. What the heck is going on with Team Intel?
They cannot be counted out. They want the 4 out of 6 wins today. Even find some extra energy ammo for that Havoc. And now Team Razor are realizing what happened. They survived. You can see it's still 12 players remaining of the 4 squads. So they know that Team Intel somehow survived. So Team Razor didn't finish the job, and they might be regretting it shortly here, as now they're stuck on the outside of this building. Peek out, hitting for the 96 from Zera. Tricky. The R301s all day long from everybody have been so immaculate.
That was really great tracking. I mean, took probably 15 damage and dished out just about 100 on to, I believe that was dupe. So when we're talking about R301s, don't count out Zara Tricky, because he's the original R301 Gibby that we've had in Series Z. But you were talking about Jamerson, and we brought it up. I am really surprised that they let Team Intel get away. I mean, we saw the scans. I guess they didn't want to give up their position. Totally understandable, but knowing the circumstances and knowing that Team Intel's been on fire today, you cannot let Skittlecakes get away with that. And not only that, I was thinking, okay, let him get away just as a rat. That's something you don't want to do. To get everybody back in the game, that's 10 times worse.
Didn't even need the respawn beacon there for them. A lot of it as a little bit of cover on the outside, but Team Intel and Team Razor are currently basically stacked up on top of each other on their move. They're going to have to deal with each other one way. Pop-Tarts. We'll see if they can keep Applejacks at least occupied for this, but Applejacks now, they're basically center zone with cover to play off of. I don't know if there's any nades that try and grief these doors. Hey, speaking of that, there we go. The first door's going down.
And it looks like they're super low on everything. Low on Kraber shots, low on cells. Oh, man. Thought that was going to connect. It looked good, to be honest with you. We're going to have to get that Valkyrie skin checked out.
Looks like Team Razor have made their move as Team Intel are stuck inside that building on the other side. Scans do come out, and so they know that there's a full squad there. Peek out to try and get a knock on to one, but Zara Tricky stays alive for now. Defensive bombardment as they are pushed outside. Do they have a bubble? It doesn't look like it. Verhulst will go down. This might be Intel finally falling. Everyone's turned their attention away from them. Baby Thule has fallen here from Pop-Tarts' defensive bombardment. How many have been thrown out in this fight? Does 00 Negative have one of his own as he gets the knock on to Zara Tricky? Yeah, this is just Applejacks looking to close this one out strong. And we'll see if Team Intel can get that res once again. Zara Tricky gets finished off by Pop-Tarts. This Team Intel might have recovered. Missing that shot with that Kraber, has the R9 out in his hand. But Team Intel survived the fray, and I believe they got the res.
We'll see as they've done it before. So jump pad going to go over towards the door to try to block any players coming through. Snipe is going to connect. That's going to be 123. 2 players from Intel currently down. That's Pop-Tarts. That was D. Davis in exile. They flew it on that Valkyrie behind the rock. We saw that a little bit earlier. Kubsky making some plays on the Pathfinder, trying to survive as much as possible. Blueberry understanding that he has to push because the zone is closing directly behind him. Skittle Cakes comes in with the knock, but it looks like Pop-Tarts is going to be taking this one, the final game. It doesn't go to Intel. It goes on over to Team Pop-Tarts.
That was a top 3 finish for Intel with a lot of kill points as well. Congratulations, Pop-Tarts, though, taking the final game of the day. We're going to take one last break as all the points are tabulated to find out, well, who's in second place. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have the results of the day right after this.
Hey, what up, guys? It's Phony, and if you want to play like me, you got to snack like me.
So one, and they're just going to go ahead and full send it to finish it off. Hakulo is trying his best to survive just underneath behind of his team, and somehow Team Intel, they go down. Team Pringles will be able to finish this one off, and they'll take...
If you're ever looking for new snacks while gaming or some new gear, go ahead and go down to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Pringles products. My name's Phony. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Game 6 all set. The day is done, and Team Pop-Tarts closed the day with their second victory. And that means between Team Pop-Tarts and Intel, those 2 squads took 5 of the 6 games today. What a performance from those 2. Real big day for those 2. And Pop-Tarts, again, this is another squad trying to break into that top 4, and they certainly did a great performance today and certainly helped themselves out. Let's check out our player of the game for the last game of the day. We'll pull that one up for you here. It's Z Davis, my man. 4 kills, 3 assists. Not a ton of damage, 851, but his team got it done. They were in the right place at the right time. The great positioning there. They close out that win and close out the day, and they should be in second place. We're obviously doing the final calculations on the leaderboard in the back, but that should lock up Pop-Tarts for a second place finish tonight, which is very, very good on them. Meanwhile, Team Intel, they eclipsed that 100-point threshold. They were sitting at 94, getting into that late circle, grabbing those points is definitely huge. So big performance from them today. Oh, I'm over here. Oh, hey, whoo. All right, production, man, throwing me some curveballs here. We like it. Big performance from them. We love to see it. We're gonna take a quick break here, but when we come back, we got our final Mobile One leaderboard. We'll see where everybody shook out on the night. We'll check out our Mobile One high performance moment, and we'll get ready to close the show. We'll be back in a few, folks.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Presley, and if you want to get fired up like I do in Series E, make sure you get yourself some fire roasted jalapeno Pringles.
So many early fights because you can see how hungry they are for placement and kills.
There we go. Finding out the lone Gibraltar, they will be able to get the knock onto Zim. There's one player remaining for this squad.
If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esports arena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. I'm just going to call it Team Intel 1. But who came in second place? Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard. We had a lot of teams contesting for that one, and it will be Team Pop-Tarts securing second place with 73 points, and Team Intel will take the win with a 40-point lead. 40-point lead, yeah. I just check my math there real quickly. 40-point lead overall. They had 3 out of 6 wins. They almost got a 4th one there in the final game. But Team Intel with a strong open day win here.
What a just performance overall as we take a look at another Mobile One high performance moment, and it's our final one of the night. Let's see who it goes on over to, because it's about time Intel gets one of these. We've seen a couple of them, mainly over towards that train station side when Dupe was absolutely lasering. But this is the great escape coming in from Skittle Cakes and then surviving throughout all of this, chasing down a Wraith, winning that, going back, getting the teammates right back in. If they would have won that one, that would have been absolutely crazy. But fortunately for Pop-Tarts, they did a great rotation. And we haven't seen many great Valkyrie rotations yet. And it was kind of refreshing to go and see Z Davis pull that one off for his team. But either way, this last Mobile One high performance moment brought to you by Skittle Cakes.
Yeah, I mean, it slows down a little bit, but the entire time your pulse is still racing because you're thinking, are they going to somehow survive? Because they were knocked up top, but I think there was a little bit of resistance up there that made it a little bit difficult for Razor to finish them off, and somehow Team Intel stayed alive throughout all of this. I think they hit top 3 as well. So what a strong performance coming out from them. We'll see if they can continue this kind of play as we head into our pro night tomorrow, where 11 of the best North American teams in Apex Legends will be joining them. But congratulations for Team Intel taking the win today, and in a commanding fashion as well. And Team Pop-Tarts for taking second place. We're going to go ahead and send it over to Yesa to close out the show. But from Tom and myself, thank you all so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Great work, as always, from Jamerson and Tom, crushing it like we always expect them to do. So hats off to them. Great cast. It was a fun run today, folks. Intel taking 3 games. Pop-Tarts taking 2. They take first and second place on the day, and Intel jumping up in those standings big time. And now all these teams have to look forward to, as Jamerson mentioned, some of the best teams across North America competing tomorrow night with our 9 partnered squads. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to have to see if Team Pringles and Razor can bounce back. Even getting 3rd and 4th place, they got half as many points as Team Intel here. So we're going to have to see who can carry that momentum into tomorrow night when the competition levels up big time. Want to remind you guys that is tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific time, right here, twitch.tv/esportsarena. And if you guys missed any of the action tonight, maybe if you can't make it for the stream tomorrow, don't worry, you can check into our Final Circle stream this Friday, where we'll recap everything that happened in Series E and talk about what's going on in the Apex Legends community as a whole. That's 5 p.m. Pacific time here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. And if you guys want to submit any questions, if you guys want some topics discussed on the show, make sure to hit me up on Twitter. I'm at CasterYeso. You can just hit me up over there, ask me what's going on, and we'll see you there at Final Circle on Friday. So make sure to do that. It's been a fun day, folks. Pringles Week kicking off with a bang, and we'll have more action tomorrow. So don't miss out on that as Pro Night continues. It's been a fun night, folks, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, baiting the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. Your bros are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track. Through the swamps, don't we take what we want? Champion, living some 50 gang. What we own, we ain't meant through the dawn. Flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough. Controversial to those who lack imagination. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.